We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East. We're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted. We're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile, we wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are sunrisers.
Bounce it.
Leaders never stand still. Expect more with iShares.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, Division 1 of the County Championship, here at the home of cricket under grey skies. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say Mike Selvey is alongside me as well for this one. News of the toss is that Middlesex have won it, and no surprise with those conditions out in the middle, they are going to bowl first. So a big old game. It's top versus second bottom. The thriller at Northwood last week. Scores level between Middlesex and Northampton. It was an amazing finish. It was frustration in the end for Middlesex, but crucial 8 points as they sit still second bottom, but with a lot of optimism to take out of that game. Selv, good morning to you. We'll go through the teams and everything in a moment, but
everyone.
Quick reflection on last week. What a finale.
Well, do you know what? It fluctuated, didn't it? I'll be honest, with the day to go, I thought they've done us here, I really did. I thought they... we had that weird day, didn't we, where we almost went to coma, didn't we, watching it and think, what do they do, what are they doing? And actually they played themselves, Northampton, to a really good position, as we saw, and left a chase. And of course not only Sam's first 100 of the season, first 100 for Middlesex, and nearly got them over. 4 off the last ball, was it, I think, and not quite getting them over the line, but Middlesex still came out of it with more points than Northampton for changing. They're important points. They might be more, the boundary would have been even more important. What's really telling though is when you look at that table and you have a look at the batting points, and it's pretty poor, isn't it? I think that's only our second of the summer, isn't it?
Yeah, second time passing 250. And, well, crucially, as we look at this one, Surrey out there to bat. This is the game that Middlesex played Kent on, this pitch. Now, that was a bowler surface as well, so batting points perhaps are not one that we're particularly going to expect a great deal of return from in this match, or that's certainly the expectation. It's expected to be a bit of a shootout, this one.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of pitches with by a very short leg side boundary down towards the tavern, and quite a long boundary up towards the grandstand. So scoring opportunities more or boundary opportunities on one side, and a lot of running to be done on the top side. Important that they clamber in here, because these are if you turn up as a bowler today and you have a look and you think, oh, please we must bowl today. Cloud, westerly airstream, perfect, absolutely perfect.
And Tim Murder taking off his cap. As you say, he took a 10 for on this pitch against Kent. Took him to 1,000 wickets for Middlesex. Seemed about for him. The perfect Murder pitch was the description walking away from the game. Just the way it nibbled for him on the spot. The lining up for batters, I understand, in reflection on the match from them, was quite difficult because of the seam movement. Obviously, he gets a bit through the air as well, the old fella, doesn't he? He's in for Roland Jones, who's rested for this one. The captaincy passes to Mark Stoneman, and the other change is Eskenazi, who took that wonderful catch in the slips, but injured his finger, still sore, and he is unable to play in this round. So a couple of changes for Middlesex. Surrey are Burns, Sibley, Latham, Smith, Folkes, Jacks, Clark, Overton, Abbott, Laws and Worrell. Middlesex, Robson, Stoneman the captain, Milan, Holden, Davies, Simpson, Higgins, Carey's, Helm, Bamba, and that man Tim Mercer. So a 10 for here on this pitch against Kent. The lower end of the square, as you were saying, Selv, as well, which, well, they'll hope that it plays pretty similarly to the Kent match, and in particular for this man. It's Burns on strike, 3 slips and a gully, and Mercer with the first ball.
And first ball with John Simpson standing up to the stumps as well. So made his intentions clear. He doesn't want Burns standing out of his crease. Simply, I imagine, out of the leg crease to try and make a that's a positive. So he's a wonderful keeper standing out. Well, actually, keeping this game.
Sorry, bless that Folkes hasn't been called up by England. I'm sure probably would have liked him to have been.
He's actually scored a lot of runs from. That's a big thing for them, and trying to gauge their England thinking of it.
It's the skipper, Mark Stoneman, so not Mercer as skipper, who was the club captain, of course. That would have been a decision to make as well. But a coach as well now. Does that make it more difficult to come in and skip with the side if you play a coach? I'm going to take captaincy also.
How many different hats has he got there? That's, I was hoping he would play this game actually, because this is Mercer time, isn't it?
It's a lovely shot off the mark. Up there for Mercer. You can see what he can find. Burns with a boundary off the fourth ball of the match.
Stretch his legs a little bit there. Just a hint of swing onto the pad. Bit of watery sun coming through now. Bit leg side at the moment, throwing the 3 slips in a gully and just straying a little bit to the middle of the leg maybe, further than might like. I wonder how long it'll take him to find his feet actually playing. When did he last play? 2-3 games ago?
Yeah, the break for the end of the T20 as well. Dot ball. Angled across from Mercer, ended the over, 4 without loss.
Burns and Sibley. Hitting with gloves. It'll be good for Tim Burton to have the keeper standing up. I think when the keeper stands up, it does 2 things actually. In my mind, anyway, it does 2 things. A, it gives you something tangible at which to aim. And secondly, you actually want to hit the gloves hard. It makes you hit the pitch harder, like hitting the smack of the ball into the keeper's gloves. With Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, no Roland Jones running down the hill. Helmet 3rd slip.
You talk about running down the hill here.
Yeah, I keep saying that wrong.
There's no hill there, as far as I'm concerned. There's no hill. The hill is lateral.
Yeah. When he's right, I'm over to the left-hander. It's slightly more, isn't it? But
he's got a little angle on his right. Then he technically is running down the hill. Yeah, I'll give you that.
yeah.
The nearest ground to this one that we play is probably Canterbury, and there is a hill there. You're running, I think Canterbury, you're running sort of, the ground slopes away down towards, not quite fine up, but anyway.
A lift down the leg side for him.
I'll be interested to see how Sibley plays, because this is the first time we saw him play in the Royal London last year at Radlett, and he played pretty well there. He got 80 on, as far as I recall, and he's obviously changed his technique back to something resembling what I would call this planet, from an unbelievable method that he had.
Went through the air on that one.
The one thing that he's always demonstrated is the capacity to occupy the crease. He likes batting, likes, you know, he doesn't actually fit into the template of what England are trying to do now. But there may come a time when they need somebody who can occupy the crease.
That goes big again with the slope.
The thing I'm surprised that they've not done even at this stage is to post a field on the with like leg slip or leg gully to him, because he does push his bat out still ahead of himself, and he does look to play leg side.
So Burns, for the first time, 3 slips in a gully, Simpson up both ends. He's got a day of it, hasn't he? So he won't be standing up to Helm. Leg side and fine of Bamber. Ground staff poised. There was a little bit of rain in the air just before the start. It's probably going to be a shower or two around throughout the day. End of the second over, 9 without loss.
Look like there's anything up here, does it? The weather's coming towards us. The southwest, west-southwest, not a lot of wind. Certainly the flags hanging very limply. You can normally, if you're this high up here looking west, and you can see showers or rain coming this way, and we can see for a long way here.
For pad first on that one. Simply adjusts quite high up. A suggestion for the umpire. It's just nipping up the slope.
Tall fella too, he can get a long way forward, can't he? He has been through his career an LBW candidate, because bat tends to come from third slip across down towards almost towards mid wicket.
Stick inside edge on that one for Sibley. And the single. It just feels as though there's a little mist of rain out there at the moment. It might be the dirty window. Certainly the lights just look a little bit brighter in the pavilion at the moment, don't they? The chandeliers and the like.
Chandeliers in the pavilion. Tells a lot, doesn't it?
Upset Burns. Stoneman at mid-on, looking back down the ground towards the Edrich. Helm in the background there, applauding on Murtagh. He'll soon be into the tack, no doubt. The skipper in the foreground, Stoneman. And there it is, Murtagh signalling something. Oh, something for the middle, is it? What have they found to upset all? It was Burns that pulled out first, I thought, rather than Murtagh, but it's Murtagh who's orchestrating everything down below us. Somebody in the way, told to move out, move down. Maybe he was sat up in one of the seats.
Somebody just coming up through the tunnel, and Mertz is saying,
"Oh, get on with it.
Get on, sit in your seat for goodness sake. Don't crowd. God, we'd be here all day if you." So, yeah, that's all. Do something.
Even the old fella still gets frustrated. He'll have seen most things, won't he, across the last how many years now?
Good to go anyway.
Oh, nearly. With a wicket to boot as well.
I like that. That's like the ball whispers into the gloves. I talk about hitting the gloves for that, but then you see that just whispered in. It was. It's good cricket though, isn't it? I love that. I love the keeper standing up. It's really important. saw some footage not so long ago. The first time I'd ever seen it, actually, of Godfrey Evans standing up to Alec Bedser, because famously he always stood up to Alec, and Alec was a bit quicker than Bert. He wasn't a trundler. He could probably. I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing it'd be something like Gussie's pace, or so briskish, and Evans stood up to him all the time, and I thought, this immaculate, because he was a wonderful, wonderful keeper. And this footage, he took a fearsome battering, kept hitting him in the chest and then bouncing off him, and he just took this battering there. It wasn't everything went cleanly into the gloves. He took
No chest guards either.
No, blimey. And he stood up there all the time to him, and Bedser was what he was through that. He never liked the keeper standing back. But he kept wicket to me once, Godfrey Evans. Tell you about it in a minute.
3 gone, 10 without loss.
So I played in this game at the end of the 1976 season, and it was like a charity game or some sort of similar kind of game, or it was a national competition where the team got to play at the Oval, the winning team. And I played in this team, and Godfrey Evans was also playing. Godfrey must have been in his 60s then, I reckon. I don't know for sure, but he must have been in his 60s. And he kept wicket, right? And this is the year I opened the bowling for England, right? And I thought, these people have come to this competition, they don't want to be patronised, they want a little bit to know what it's like. Godfrey said, "I'm standing up." I said, "You sure, Godfrey?" "Yes, I'm standing up." So Godfrey stood up, you see. And I thought, okay, I'm going to do him here. I've got to slip him the old sort of leg stump, half volley down the leg side there and do it. So I slipped this thing down there. I tell you something, I've never seen anything as quick in my life. He had the ball and he had the bails up before you could blink. It was unbelievable. I thought, well, yeah, he could keep wickets.
Poor old Clubby opening up. Did he get stumped?
Well, that would have been something, wouldn't it? Honestly, it was astonishing. I couldn't believe it. But there were some great keepers about, and even during my career, a lot of really high-class keepers about.
Scampered single, well run. Oh, well, was it well run actually? He didn't even bother grounding the bat there, Sibley. He thinks he was long gone. Burns indeed, my apologies. I thought he was alright, but at the end here, Burns doesn't even bother.
No, he was well gone, wasn't he?
Big opportunity missed there early on for a run out. All 3 to aim at as well. He can still be disappointed.
Thought he'd actually helped himself to a 4 there as well, but who was it? Ethan Bamber emerged from the side there out of view.
That's the heart rate of Burns right now. Probably not too bad because he wasn't that bothered in the end. He realised he was a long way short, so the heart rate probably never really got going.
Obviously very conscious about how Burns likes to get down the pitch to negate the new ball somewhat, because Simmons is standing up to him but not to Sibley.
Former England opener. Out of favour now for the Test side.
Keepers, we were down in Hopefully a couple of years ago. You'd have been there, of course. You
yeah.
in the hotel, and I wanted to get a picture with three of the greatest keepers of all time. We could have had all
That's
in
right.
one picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was Simo there and Jack Russell and Sarah Tone, who was good as any.
End of the fourth, 11 without loss. Yeah, that's right. Jack had come down and stayed the night, didn't he, to see Simpson?
Well, he'd come down to see a relative, I think. Sarah might have a family now. She's her and her partner have had a baby, I think.
Yeah, she really took him by storm down at Sussex, didn't she, when she joined the coaching staff? Oh, somebody's upset again. Is it the same fella? Look at Mertz. Sit down. Move along.
There's 30-odd thousand this ground holes, and there's one person.
Simpson standing back for Sibley from Mercer as well.
Do you ever wonder why people pick, they've got the choice of any seats in broadly speaking, in the ground here, and why they pick a particular seat, like randomly, somebody along there who's in the 8th row back, 5th seat in, why that seat? Why is that the seat?
It's interesting the side-on ones here, isn't it? 'Cause I'd imagine the Edrich has got a fabulous view. Over the years we occasionally get positioned side-ons. I mean, Merchant Taylor's was deep third really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, flush side-on. I guess with the pitch being very close to Old Father Time for this one, which is where that camera's positioned at the moment, looking at Sibley, you feel right up close to it all. There we go.
Yeah, you get the action there, don't you? You're close to the action. Cricket side-on's a weird game, though, isn't it? It's so fast. It's like, must be like, I've never been to Wimbledon, but I imagine it's like watching Wimbledon from side-on. Your head must...
Neck ache.
Yeah.
Yeah, that always fascinates me. If you've got the chance to sit in line, or close to in line, without upsetting the batters, then side on or in line. I mean, certainly as commentators, we'd always want to be in line.
It's one of latterly the pleasures I've had at this ground actually is we're up the top deck of the pavilion and watching real artists with the ball. So I'd go up there and I'd watch Tim Murtagh from up on the top deck. I'd go and watch Abbas from the top deck. I'd go and watch Jimmy Anderson from the top deck just to be able to sort of bathe in the skills that you see on show of brilliant bowlers.
Reached for that one a little bit, Sibley. Good stop by the skipper, Mark Stoneman, for a Surrey opener, of course, as well.
That wasn't a shot that you would have been unhappy to see him try and play a few years ago, because in order to play that, his bat would have to come around the semicircle. You quite wanted him to play off, so you could almost have set like a 7-2 leg side field, because you'd dangle it out there. He'd let it go, let it go, let it go. Just wanted things on his legs, and he set leg side field. He'd chip it there or whatever.
End of the fifth, 11 without loss. Maiden for Mercer, first maiden of the innings.
Much more orthodox player. I remember, somebody, and I don't know who, but somebody sold him some snake oil along the way, batting snake oil. And goodness knows how, but he had just a strange technique, and they say, well, it worked for him for a while. It worked for him until people discovered that actually we can stop him scoring runs and we can get him out. So it didn't work so well after that. and he's gone back to being orthodox. But when he first joined Surrey, Mickey Stewart, who was around then. Mickey said when he first joined Surrey, he was a beautiful all-round player.
It's clipped from a straight line by Burns, backward a square. Excitement from Higgins.
You know, if somebody has the capacity to bat for long periods of time, they're worth the goal. Funnily enough, in the week that the Ireland game, might have been the Ireland Test match, England won one of their games scoring a ball. He won a game for Surrey at Guildford, didn't he, by scoring the slowest 100 ever scored in the county championship, but he won them the game. I think they chased 500 or something.
They did, yeah. Yeah, it was the last win. Extraordinary. And apparently, speaking to those that were there, it was never in doubt. You know, once Kent's made a bit of a mess and left Surrey all that time to bat. I'll say a mess, being that they went too hard. It Burns thinking about the single there, but no need for Milan to shy at the stumps. He was back quickly at the non-striker's end. Yeah, by all accounts, once that 500 was set.
Guildford or Canterbury, was it? It was
Apologies, I say Canterbury.
No, I'm just querying. I'm not saying it was one or the other. I thought it was Guildford, but I
Guildford makes sense. In my mind it was Canterbury, but let me double check.
Might have been right.
Guildford's such a high scoring ground as well, isn't it? Gone, LBW, 12 for 1. Sibley gone, 19th ball, and wobbling it out there. Higgins and Mercer from either end. It's Higgins who makes the breakthrough.
When we have a look at that one, you'll see almost certainly his bat came across his front pad, which has always been the issue.
Oh yeah, back leg as well.
He knew he was gone there, didn't he? It's that line, isn't it? That line just outside of stump. He would in his own mind like to have left that. That's his default. Very good judge of line outside of stump, and the patience to go with it. But because you know that the ball can come down the hill as it did there, he feels he's got to try and get bat on it. A late decision to get bat on it, and good wicket though, because he's a stumbling block.
578 minutes he batted for the 140 minutes. It was Canterbury. 140 not out. 114 for Smith. 124 for Folkes. 578 minutes for Sibley. 415 deliveries. 140 runs. Just the 19 deliveries in the first innings here, and out comes Latham at 3. Middlesex with that early breakthrough, and it has been so wobbling around out there. That was the great challenge of the Kent game here. Again, coming away from it at the end of the match was batters really felt it was very difficult to line up on this pitch. Middlesex hoping that the same track plays the same way a couple of months later. So Tom Latham, Jamie Smith to follow, Ben Folkes, Will Jacks, Clark, Overton, Abbott, Laws, Worrell down at 11. They've got a lot of batting, sorry. But Middlesex have a breakthrough. Higgins looks like he's got his sleeves rolled up there. Missed the chance on the run out of Burns. Put one in his own column, the wicket column, the breakthrough. 4 slips behind the left-handed Latham. 31 years of age now. 74 tests behind him, 130 one-day internationals, 26 T20 internationals. And just tickled on the leg side, he's off the mark. And in fact he's not, leg byes it is. Right thought process from Higgins, full and straight, just a little bit too full, a little bit too straight.
He's gone round the wicket here too. I don't think he bowled it round the wicket to Burns, did he?
I think he did at the end of one of the overs. What, last ball or so, 1 over, I think he came round. Late thought of a leave from Latham.
I'm quite sure about that one, was he?
End of the over, Sibley's gone. LBW to Higgins for 3. Latham replaces him. Out there with Burns, and Middlesex will be very keen under leaden skies at Lords. I say leaden, and they're as heavy as you can imagine without worrying about rain at the moment, aren't they?
There's sort of patches of blue about, aren't there, as well, in the distance you can see.
Actually, be interested to have your thoughts on that one. When Harris took the 9 for here at Lords against Durham, it was a pretty broken sky up above. Large patches of blue. There's slithers of blue at the moment, isn't there, around? Oh, nice start to the over from Mercer. Wide enough that Burns probably could have left that alone.
Yeah, I think he's seen it just starting to shape in at him, and then it's nipped away a little bit. He's held his line though at the back, which is key to it. So you can't get out of his crease, you see. Wicket at Old Trafford, I see. Kawaja out. LBW to Stuart Broad. David Warner still in, actually. That's a turn up.
Yeah, the hover cover which you see behind Mercer there, just as these games are both about to start at 11 o'clock this morning. Old Trafford and here at Lords, the hover cover was sat ominously next to both tracks, and I thought, which one's going to make it? One of them's not going to make it. And they've both made it, both underway at 11 o'clock. Manchester and London playing their part. Awful lot of rain around last week, wasn't there? We got away with it at Northwood, the Middlesex game against Northamptonshire.
Absolutely.
Boy, oh boy, didn't the game need every last delivery.
So he's fired a couple across his bows here, hasn't he? Let's see if he tries to bring one back into him now.
Still on the floor to backward point. Right up there and given every chance by Mercer, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was an attempted in-swinger to the left-hander.
I was just about to start on something, but this over's gripped us now, hasn't it? Let's see through. 2 more balls to go.
Well, you're watching him go through the changes a little bit here, aren't you? I quite like watching that. I mean, cat and mouse. Burns knows this. The tricks that can come, but it's when they come and spotting them.
That's a good leave. James Harris skyline, that was what I was about to start on, so I'll come back to it in a moment. Another cracking over from Mercer. Another maiden, 4 done. From the former Middlesex man. Sorry, the former Surrey man, Tim Mercer. That's 16 for 1 after 7. There's that sky, as you can see the patch of blue that Sel was talking about. Little slithers of blue in the distance there. A couple of them dotted around the skyline with that heavier cloud, which probably looks worse on the screen than it does actually out in front of us.
I mean, that looks like Armageddon, doesn't it, on the screen there? It's not nothing like that. It's
plane just coming into shot actually, and it does look as though it's going through a little bit of rain over there in the distance, but maybe.
People just kind of laugh at me when I said that. I said the first thing I used to notice coming to Lords, if I could see the planes coming into Heathrow, you knew you got a westerly airstream, and that was a bowling wind, as it were, or bowling airstream. Watch for the planes. Doesn't matter what the flags are doing. If the planes are going in, you know you're sort of in business a little bit.
Oh, now. Not the worst shout you'll see. I'm not surprised the umpire said not out, Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, sliding down, isn't it? Didn't do enough. I think he was trying to shake the ball away from him. Got to go a long way for him to get an LBW in that fashion.
Edged. Oh, and put down. Sam Robson picks himself up.
Did it carry? Did it quite carry?
He went a long way across in front of Slip, because I don't think it would have carried to Slip. To Davis, his left hand it would have been, but Robson. His foot went the wrong. His foot went from underneath him, didn't it?
Yeah, he got both hands to it, didn't he? It just nipped away quite sharply, actually. You're right, it wouldn't have carried though to second Slip.
More in that one from Higgins, it felt, as it goes through. His right foot, just as he went for it, almost voluntarily now, look at the other angle of it. It was almost as though he was wrong-footed and he fell down to get it. Might just see it in this shot.
Yeah, it's like his right foot slipped under him. Slightly greasy surface there. It wouldn't have carried the first slip, that's for sure. It was definitely a catch he had to go for.
Oh, this is good from Higgins. Very good. Big toss to win this for Middlesex. It's the kind of pitch they were hoping for here. Suits perfectly Higgins and Murtagh this. Bamber to come.
Yeah, it's a Banbury kind of pitch as well, isn't it?
Giving a little bit of width. Offered. An opportunity taken by Latham. Leans into it. Boundary to get off the mark. End of the over, 20 for 1. Could have been 16 for 2. Let's have another look at the put down. It's just, it was interesting, the momentum of his. It looked different to what we'd usually see from a slip fielder. He's perhaps thrusting himself to the ball. He was kind of falling to it rather than thrusting himself across.
I think you're right. I think his feet didn't hold.
And I think that's what pretty much accounted for it, even though he was in position.
Yeah.
He himself was falling down towards the ball, which meant he wasn't in a great shape to give himself every chance of holding on. Yeah, what I was going to ask you actually about that skyline, just going back to winning the toss and batting first. So when Harris took the 9 for here, there was more blue sky than we've seen in the slithers that we've got above us this morning. But then all of a sudden it just filled in. And it wasn't heavy cloud, and it was quite high cloud as well, but it was filled in. And all of a sudden it just filled in over the top of Lords. And I asked Gus about it when I interviewed him. He was managing director of cricket at that point, Angus Fraser, and asked him, and he said Lords creates its own little microclimate when it fills in, even if it's not heavy cloud. Filled in as it was that day, it can just, whether I'm not saying that he said this as a definite, but he said perhaps moisture comes to the surface, whatever it is, but all of a sudden, if it fills in over Lords, even if it's thin cloud, not leaden skies, if it fills in, just something starts to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if that's over-intellectualising it, but it's no question that you get cloud cover over Lords and it's coming from that direction. Those are bowling conditions more than you normally get if it's a easterly airstream.
Because the strange thing was about the Harris was before that cloud cover came in, there was enough cloud cover all day. There was plenty of cloud cover, but it wasn't filled in, and it was perhaps even heavier before the thinner but filled in cloud cover
Yeah,
came in. And then
yeah.
all of a sudden, something just started to happen for Harris. Could have just been the ball, of course, but there was a noticeable difference. The sky almost split in half above the pavilion. As you look to the left, all this stuff filling in came in, and all the other stuff, which had the patches of blue, was starting to disappear.
So I don't know how, for example, all the new stands have affected the atmospheric conditions on the ground. I suspect that the Warner stand actually has had a big effect, because the Warner stand used to be open underneath at the back, and the Warner stand's to the west, direct west, so the pavilion's kind of southwest, and wind could come through there, or the airstream could come through the Warner stand.
Cut away, down to, or up to indeed, the Warner stand.
Long chase up there, isn't it? But just enough. So if you've got an airstream coming through the Warner stand, or just by the Warner stand, that's kind of ideal for outswing bowlers from the nursery end. Now I don't know whether that's blocked off any of that here, and equally I don't know how much these giant new stands at the nursery end will have affected the airstream.
Clipped away, straight to the long leg, and Josh de Carey's into the over, 25 for 1.
They say the ball acted completely differently at Trent Bridge, for example, when they built the new stands there. Fox Road stand, isn't it? Yeah. When they built that, it changed it completely. I'm guessing that Old Trafford doesn't behave as it once did, not least because they've turned the pitch round 90 degrees from what it was. But new stands gone up there, and all these things have an effect.
It's a great sport, isn't it?
Oh, well, like I say, you talk about also, people have written academic papers telling you that it's impossible for the ball to swing. They'll argue to conspiracy theories. It's to do with this, it's to do with that. Bowlers don't really want to think that much about it, really, why it does it. Just know that it does do it. That's all you need to know. Is it doing it? Yes.
Yeah, Gus was quite interested on that when he was. By the sounds of it, you'll have the same take. He said, all this analysis they do now of the wobble seam and everything. He said, well, we had wobble seams as well, but it was just basically you were trying to hit the seam and it either did or didn't.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. See the pictures, pick it up now, right? And they didn't. I used to say, look, for goodness sake, I have to have the first over, right? Because if Wayne has the first over, I then spend the next over taking marks off everything but the seam. Because Wayne bowled, I imagine he bowled not even wobble seam inadvertently, he just pitched on whatever bit of the ball it pitched on. Yeah, Gus is right. Bowlers who couldn't land the ball on the seam bowled wobble seam. Because they couldn't land it on the seam properly.
But he says far too much credit's given to the bowlers nowadays of what they are trying to do with each delivery. He said with Mercer, he'll try and swing that one back in, one of those balls in the latter overs that he had recently, or latter in one of the overs that he had recently.
Reverse swing, you see, that was we all at some stage, even back in when I was playing back in the 70s, reversed the ball at some stage. Just didn't know that's what it was. So I would get, for example, towards the end of a day, bowling here with the ball quite old, and I'm trying to bowl my away swingers, and it wasn't going away, it was going the other way, and I used to just think, it's the end of the day, I'm getting tired, my action's collapsing, and so I used to fight it. and instead of embracing it, understanding what it was. If only we'd known, you know. And the first person we ever saw at Middlesex reversing the ball and knowing what they were doing was Sarfraz Knowles, playing for Northamptonshire, who suddenly started making people on the thigh for no reason at all. People coming bemused by this. What's going on?
Yeah, I was going to ask in terms of internationally. Would it have been Imran Khan? Was one of the first to really.
Well, Sarfraz again, Imran.
That was that was just before. That was just before me. So you kind of know it through what's talked of about it, and what's talked of a lot is about Imran Khan, isn't it? But
I think Pakistan were just genius, because if you play cricket at all in Pakistan, you'd know that it's hard work for bowlers, but they produced fast bowlers, and they made a virtue out of what might have been seen as a real handicap in terms of their pitches.
Oh, John Simpson. No ball called. So he saved an awful lot of runs there, Simpson, because two are going to go onto the balls with no ball.
So they play on these dry batting pitches that you couldn't get anybody out, but they found a virtuous way of utilising that in the ball, working on the ball and getting the ball to swing the air from bowling full length at pace. So Wazim and Imran and Waqar, they were the godfathers of it.
It's only 7 for 1. The godfathers of reverse swing.
I can remember bowling with them in India.
I was going to say, it sounds almost a little bit like a Dire Straits track, doesn't it?
It does, sort of a mix up there, isn't it? Yeah. In 1976, and getting a ball and bowling this game where it literally did that. It tried to bowl away, swing it, hooked the other way, and just putting it down. I remember going, I think we were back to front ball here. So I thought it was just a bias in the ball somehow. Just didn't even understand it then. Goodness me, things I wish I'd known about. I wasn't the only one. I asked Bob Willis about it. Did you know about reverse swing, Bobby? No clue. No clue.
Yeah, well, so they say you can never put the dots together looking forward. You can only ever put the dots together looking backwards.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
One of the things we have to accept in life, isn't it? If only we'd have known.
Or even recognise something that you did naturally as actually, this is quite clever. Why don't you utilise this?
I mean, that is the one great thing about all the analysis now, though. It does, particularly people like myself who are obviously very privileged to see an awful lot of cricket but didn't play to a professional level. But, club cricketers around the country as well, you can watch now and see these masterclasses, and perhaps some things are over-talked a little, but it is great insight, though, just to bring you that little bit closer. Oh, Bamba, second delivery, right on the spot. Around the wicket, Ethan Bamba Mercer with 5 overs from the nursery end, 5 good overs as well. Look at that. How has that not taken anything at all?
I think when you're a recreational player in any sport actually, and you look to the great players and want to emulate them, you really barking up the wrong tree there. Fine
of the long leg. They will just get a single though. Latham's on 5.
The fundamental look at the fundamentals, not for not for the. You don't try and be Jimmy Anderson. Just be improve on the fundamental skills. I remember a story about a golfer years and years ago asking something like Lee Trevino about how do I put spin on my 3-iron, and he said, how far do you hit a 3-iron? And he said 150 yards. He said, why do you want to put spin on it? Truism, isn't it?
Yeah. Over the wicket for Burns. You mentioned this about Higgins. Did he come around the wicket to Burns? There was only one delivery that I could think of, but he was straight away around the wicket to Latham. Like the Middlesex skipper himself at mid-off, they do very early in his innings to Stoneman come around the wicket to him. Happily over the wicket to Burns for the most part. As has been Higgins, I think, but for that one delivery that I seem to recall, which maybe I recall it wrong, but I'm sure there was one at the final ball of 1 over, perhaps his second over. He came around the wicket.
But you see, I'm actually envious of this, right? Murtagh standing at mid-off here, Bamber bowling, and it's one of the great regrets I have that we never embraced that kind of bowler into bowler relationship.
End of the over.
So you bowl your over, and I would go off down to fine leg or third man or whatever, and Wayne would bowl his over at the other end, or Vince or whoever it was, bowl their over, and then I bowled mine, and they'd wander off down to fine leg and third man. And of course, we should have had the situation where I could go to mid-on and talk to Wayne or Vince or whoever it happened to be, or Tomo or whatever, and you get that proper bowler relationship, and you bounce ideas. You see it all the time with Stuart and Jimmy for England, all the time. The ideas, why don't you try this, what about this, what do you think about him, have you noticed this? We missed a real trick there.
Higgins continuing to Latham here, has had him put down at second. Sharp chance, but a chance all the same to Robson, 28 for 1.
Probably me who missed the trick actually, because I should have thought of that and said, why don't we do this,
I can't remember if it was yourself I was mentioning it to a couple of weeks ago. Brian, when he was the overseas in 2010, the New Zealander here. He was insistent before the start of each session, at the end of each session, that the bowlers had a group hug. Group hug. They hugged each other one at a time, rather than they were all in. Because the teams huddle now themselves, don't they? But he said bowlers as well, go and support each other. And it's all part of that theory, isn't it? Basically creating that pack that you're in it together. Because it can be bowling. Bowling can be one of the most isolating parts of cricket when it goes wrong. If it's really not happening for you, if you're on your own out there, you've still got to get through that over, haven't you? And you've still got to get through your spell, and if your skipper takes you out and it's just not happening, then you're lingering around on the boundary not doing your job. So you're either doing your job and it's not nice for you, or you're not doing your job and it's even worse.
Up to a point. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the person to say to Fred Tippis or John Price, let's have a group huddle. But I take your point, but conversely, I used to hate it when you bowl a ball 18 inches outside off stump and everybody would clap as if it was the ball of the century, and Graham Barlow would shout from cover, come on, Sil, keep going. So, can you say, shut up? Just let me get on with my job, right? Gat, clapping his hands. Gat, shut up. They make so much noise now.
Have you just morphed into Angus Fraser?
Shouting from the back. Well, I think he probably morphed into me more. I'm a bit older than him.
No, I just meant he's having a go at Gat.
He's not got the monopoly on being a grumpy old bowler. I always tell him I think he's the second luckiest bowler I've ever seen. Most unlucky bowler I've ever seen. After me.
It was as soon as you dropped the name Gat. They were up here together in one of the recent rounds. Oh, leading edge saves Latham there. That bat face precariously closing for Latham, but the leading edge all along the floor.
Just turned him round a little bit there, didn't he? Hits the deck hard, you see, for a short bloke, doesn't he? He really got a very strong body action bowling. Gets that extra bit of nip from him.
End of the 12th, 29 for 1. Yeah, you know, much like yourself, I've sat here sometimes, or more often than not, that it's yourself or Gus. But you kind of get Gus's side of it, and then you get Gat's side of it. And then the other day, Gat was taking a group of mates, I think, around the media centre, and it was mid-session. I was like, Gat, do us a favour, I need a comfort break. Can you sit down with Gus for 5 minutes? Oh, it was brilliant. Absolute gold. I was like, finally I've got an insight on what it was like of being out on the field with these two having a go at each other.
See, the thing is that batters think that bowlers don't know anything about the game. And they don't understand, particularly about batting. And they don't understand we make a living out of knowing a lot about batting.
That'd be great if Gat walked in now, wouldn't it? I'd just nip off for a comfort break.
I think it's easy to forget what a wonderful player Gat was, you know. Took him a while to get established in England, though, didn't it? So that's. I was in India for his first Test match 100, actually, in Mumbai. I think he may have played 30 Test matches by then, around that number. So I kind of mitigated, although I'm highly critical of the way that Zach Crawley's played the number of Test matches he's played and really cracked it yet. Nonetheless, people like Gat did, and I think even Stephen Moore took a long time to get his first 100. I think he got his first 100 in the '89 Ashes series here at Headingley, actually. And nobody could get him out until Gus got him out in the third Test match. Nobody could get him out. And Stephen Moore ended up with 40, I think. So.
Stumbled across that painting of War and Gillespie and McGrath, Warne meeting the Queen in the pavilion. Just looking through that last night. It's one of the great ones in there. Viv's the one, I think.
Oh, I mean,
Viv, you can't beat the Viv picture.
I've got a lovely photograph of Viv standing in front of the Viv. Yeah, come on, Smokey, stand in front of it for me. I just think it's absolutely, more than any portrait in there, encapsulates everything about Vivian Richards. Just so, it's big for a start, isn't it? Massive portrait.
Inside edge. Another look, but thick bit of wood on that one.
There's some shockers in there too, aren't there, in the pavilion? Portraits.
Oh, is it pad first? May have been the bat hitting the pad rather than the inside edge, but it was outside the line anyway. There are, yeah. There's some not great ones. I was trying to think of a portrait that's captured a person, not just in cricket but in general, more than that one captures Viv. The whole thing.
It's just the aura at the top of the stairs. They got it perfectly placed too, because you see that coming up the stairs. It's a.
They can never move that now. There'll never be a better spot than that, will there? All of these can be seen on the MCC website. I doubt there's many cricket fans that haven't seen that portrait of Sir Viv.
I think it's the credit of the MCC that they've actually embraced the idea of putting these more modern portraits in the long room now. Some really good. I mean, there's some terrific portraits other than Viv. I think there's a portrait of Inzian there by the same artist in there.
Oh, let's look it up.
I think there was on the staircase. Yeah.
Just steered really by Burns for a single. I don't know what the value of that painting of Viv is, because in the cricketing world now it's revered as perhaps the greatest. Certainly in the cricketing world, it must be the greatest cricket painting, mustn't it? I mean, there's some good ones in there. As I say, the Queen with the Australian team. There's the one on the is it still on the stairwell outside the home dressing room of well, everybody really.
Those are just kind of photographic portraits, aren't they? If you know what I mean, they're not. Yeah. They're just conveying a group of people in oils, or well, they are in oils, but yeah, that of Viv is a character portrait. It captures everything. It's just the essence of Vivian Richards. It's brooding, threatening. You just know everything he was.
Put it up in front of us here. I mean, they must have had it valued for insurance purposes.
I guess, yeah. I mean, some of the old portraits presumably are valued in terms of the actual insurance value more than the early ones of the game.
Oh, he stabs down on that and survives as it bounces up and over the stumps.
When they unveiled that, that lovely portrait that Middlesex now have of Violin Ash, who was at the time the oldest living cricketer, if you remember. She was 110 years old, Violin. Lovely, sprightly lady, and he painted this portrait, a lovely portrait of her. And he was the artist was at the unveiling when I was chatting to him. And I asked him about how he did these things in portraits. He said, well, I'm always looking at people. He said, I'm looking at you now. I'm thinking, how would I paint you? He was just talking to me. He didn't expand on that any further, but...
Oh, that's a beaut.
Oh, I thought he might have nicked that one. What he reacted.
Really dragged into that, didn't he?
Yeah.
30 for
Going
one.
past about a bit, isn't it? Going a little bit off the scene. Sometimes what you think is movement off the scene is actually a little tiny bit of late swing and the ball just carrying on.
Yeah, he's got it all, Higgins, isn't he? Our producer Ollie just saying the effects mic there. It did sound as though it passed the bat, so there was a little noise on it. We've technical problems, so we haven't got the earpiece in up here in the commentary box at the moment. But
Yeah,
Ollie's got the cans on behind us, which really gives him the experience and the very good quality effects mics out there. Might have just been a little noise. Bat was nowhere near pad, I should add, as it went past the bat either.
they're actually battling their way quite well here, so aren't they?
I was going to say, it's an hour done. It's flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, an hour done and one wicket. Sibley LBW to Higgins. Murta bowled nicely, and well, they nearly had Latham put down by Robson at second slip. It's all there for Middlesex, though, what they'd have wanted from this pitch, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we're back to the Duke ball as well, aren't we?
We've had 2 games with the...
Side edge onto the pads, ricochet safely.
It's extraordinary, actually. This obsession with the Kookaburra ball. Do you know there's very few international teams use a Kookaburra ball? That's fact. Why are we obsessed with the Kookaburra ball?
They're always obsessed with something, aren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, they use the West Indies. They use a Duke ball, the hard Duke ball. I think they use that somewhere else. I think in India they use the SG ball. I think they use SG ball in Sri Lanka. You know, it's just an obsession.
It must be one of, or it must be the number one sport for obsessions in terms of changing things. There's always something's got to be changed, whether it's competitions or.
I've long maintained that ICC should. I mean, I assume they've got a research and development operation. They should be spending money, if they're not already, spending money on developing a standard cricket ball for international cricket or for cricket that conforms to all the things that people want it to do, that deteriorates, but deteriorates at a steady, slow rate, doesn't go soft like the Kookaburra after 15 overs.
Width and put away. Over pitched, wide, slammed through the covers by Burns. Big old chase on here for the skipper Stoneman. They've taken 3. Boundary up towards the grandstand. That is running up the hill.
Yeah, it shouldn't be so difficult to develop something like that, and then of course you have to overcome the fact that there are commercial interests in all these things. As ever. It's a theory that one of the things they might have to do at tournament level golf is have a standard tournament ball that doesn't fly as far as the balls do now, just to restrict the golf courses.
Oh, what a ball that is from Bamba. It's the end of the 15th. What a way to finish it. They're pulling a few deliveries out of the hat at the moment, aren't they, Middlesex? But still only 1 down. Surrey haven't been put in. 33 for 1.
A few years ago, at one of the golf majors, somebody did an analysis. They took a famous last round on that golf course played by somebody in the 60s, 70s, and they took every single club that player hit in that round, and they worked out how long the course would have to be for Dustin Johnson at the time to hit those same clubs around there, and it had to be something like 10,500 yards long, which is, you know, like 50% longer than the courses on there.
Begins into his 8th over now. Tom Helm's been warming up for a while. He really is warming up now as I look down. 3rd slip just behind, not quite coming to shot alongside Simpson standing up, but nearly time for Helm. It looks as though he'll get the pavilion end, unless Bamber will be turned around, but Roland Jones had a struggle with injury. It really was an end that Bamber made his own, the pavilion end. He didn't have to wait his turn. By the looks of it today, you'd imagine it'd be Helm straight up there now. The 3rd slip, Tom Helm, this morning. Oh, it's beautifully bowled. Shape on that one from Higgins. Well played as well by Burns. Waited on it.
Just starting to get a little bit of shine on the ball now, I imagine, too. Yeah, so she's shaping that away in the air. Nice lush outfield. It's not going to rough the ball up at all. Gully just dropping back to wide third now.
Oh, scoots that one away. Down to deep third, Milan doing the fielding. What also alerted me to just an hour gone here was I starting to think about scores elsewhere. Kent have lost 3 at Essex, which is big news for this match for Middlesex. .44 for 3 now, Kent after 15 overs. Compton's still going. He's on 16. And this was the match that Middlesex played, or the track that Middlesex played Kent on, and Compton.
He's had quite a lean time of it, hasn't he, lately? Kind of stellar couple of years, really.
It was all since you produced that stat, Selv, in the Kent game.
That's right. Yeah. He's gone downhill. It's a kiss of death, isn't it? It's like putting him on the front of the Playfair, isn't it?
A lovely shot. Sloman giving chase towards the pavilion. Take 2. Latham's on to 8. And end of the over. Surrey are 36 for 1.
They used to say that, didn't they? Put you can get the cover of the little Playfair book at the start of the year, or he made Young Cricketer of the Year. He said, "Please no. Can I turn it down, please? I want a career."
Had a standard 28 for the opening wicket. Compton with Mieye. Gone for 21, bowled Cook. Denley was caught. Rossington bowled Cook for a first baller. So he was on a hat-trick, which Finch faced and survived, before being run out for a duck after 15 deliveries, leading there now on 6. Game obviously at both ends of the table. It's Kent who are 1 place above Middlesex and Essex who are 1 place below Surrey. His helmet is the nursery end. So a turn around to the pavilion for Bamber, as perhaps thought might be worthwhile. He first broke through Bamber. He almost thought it was the perfect replacement for Mercer. Similar height, nursery end. A bit quicker obviously, but yeah, at the pavilion end he's been fabulous. And Helm now from the nursery end. Bobbles through to Simpson.
A lot of bounce there for him, was there?
Well, I guess this is the first chance we've really had to see the bounce. Simpson's been up so much to the stumps, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the nature of the bowlers so far we've seen, it appears to be more of a kiss the turf pitch than a bang it in pitch. We'll now probably just get into it and one will fly through.
Flipped away, overpitched, burns into the 20s. Just gently. Clipped through mid-wicket, nonchalantly done. Roland Jones, the captain, rested for this one, rotated out. Murtagh rotated back in. Again, this is the pitch he took 10 for earlier in the season, so a lot of sense there. And I guess thinking it through ahead of the game seemed rather obvious. But Helm is very much the strike bowler now for Middlesex, isn't he? With Roland Jones not quite at the pace he was.
Yeah, it should be. He's the bowler who's got anything like the pace. There's a singular lack of real pace in the county game, isn't there? Those that can bowl fast are either injured or, well, they're few and far between, aren't they?
Well, young Blake Cullen at Middlesex is the shining light there, isn't he? The great hope. Look at that. Beautiful timing by Burns. Bamber at square leg. Turn and stroll back towards the rope, but Milan gets there first.
Pitching twice his over pitch there. It's not his length really, I don't think.
Putting up there early to a couple of set batters.
Yeah, he's not a swing bowler, is he? I mean, he can move a bit. Basically, he's a tall, hit the deck bowler. So I'm not saying bowl short, but you just a heavy length. What I call a heavy length.
Top ball turn the over 8 off it. Helms first. Probably 4 for 1. Well, that first morning of the match at Northwood, that was the reflection from Middlesex, was that they bowled a little bit too short. That first morning. Roland Jones, Helm, Bamber. Mercer and Higgins opening the bowling in this one. They've had it right up there. Here's the change at the pavilion end. So Higgins is done. The man that made the breakthrough picked up Sibley. He finishes 1 for 18 from 8. Mercer is none for 10 from 5 to begin with, 2 maidens. But Bamber, who had 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4 from the nursery. Running from the pavilion end, immediately around the wicket to Latham.
Yeah, still just that 1 wicket down at Old Trafford. The latest update I have, anyway. David Warner 32.
Just see it through the window.
12.
To the porthole to your left, and Edge has just flown through the vacant 4th slip.
Yeah, so it's
Bit of bounce, bit of climb.
moved on 61, Warner 32, Machine 16.
Yes, no. Settled in the end. No run.
A tricky one for England, this, because there's the weather about. Well, it's going to be later on in the.
Well, I was pondering that Australia, you know, back to the Baz ball and the batting quickly, and Australia right now, I'll just be thinking sit in, bat long. They're batting first, a bit like was it the game? It was Edgbaston. It was the first test, wasn't it? Where they batted a fair while, and then England batted just 66 overs. Oh, it's going to be close, just outside the line of the off stump. I thought at first that he bowled him, to be honest. I thought that had gone through. Oh, goodness me.
That's a bad shout, that one, as they go. I said before here, I think the geometry of that from round the wicket is always very tricky, but umpires do give those out now, and that seemed to have a good credential. He's standing out of his crease, but he didn't get a stride in at it.
As I say, my first thought was he's bowled him, then I realised he hadn't, and they were going up for LBW. Yeah, just clipped that back pad, didn't it? Wicket at Test match. Warner's gone. Australia 2 down. And England, well, they have to win this game to keep the Ashes alive to the final test at the Oval.
Bairstow bowled Hooks. England have got their best attack out, in my view.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. There was all the talk about whether Anderson would play or not, and if he did, who for? You know, Robinson, would he be rotated out for another, almost a like for like?
I don't think he's been rotated out, to be honest.
Oh no, sorry. I mean the chat coming out of the last one. Anderson comes in, but Robinson out. But would they bring in a like for Robinson, which means Anderson then has to come in for somebody else?
I think Jimmy was always going to play.
I think it's the sensible decision. The conversation just seemed to be that there was going to be. Single to end the over, 45 for 1. The way that I seem to interpret it coming out of the last test was the conversation, particularly on Sky, was that Robinson was unlikely to play. Anderson had a chance of playing, but that didn't mean it was a straight switch for the two. It was almost 2 changes to the bowling attack. But I think, as you say, they've got it right.
I think Jimmy was always going to play. I mean, one of the vibes I'm picking up is they're not overly enamoured with the readiness with which Ollie Robinson goes off the field. And bowlers don't like, other bowlers don't like that.
Quick single. Start the over. Latham to double figures, 46 for 1.
But you go into a must-win game with your absolute best side. Now, I know Ben Stokes always said, I want the best team out that I can put on the field. Which, there's a difference between that and the best team that I've got available to put out on the field, or the best team we can put out at the moment because we've got a policy of rotating bowlers. But if you're putting out your absolute gun side, the best you can do, it must have Mahal Wood in it, must have Stuart Broad in it, must have Jimmy Anderson, and on the evidence we've seen, Chris Wokes. It's also the oldest attack, isn't it, that they've ever put out?
Has to be, doesn't it?
I think it's the first time that any Test team ever has had 6 bowlers who've got over 100 Test wickets.
That's timed nicely. Long chase here for Banbury, won't win it. Down the slope to the mound stands. That's the 50 up for Surrey, 50 for 1. 19th over, put in by Middlesex this morning. And Burns again getting Helm away through the onside. He's clipped him a few times now, hasn't he? And
yeah, he's just see this when your bowlers work really hard to keep the pressure on, and Surrey have done really well to get through that early pressure. He's come on and he's just taken the heat off a little bit, hasn't he?
ooh, just drawn into that one. Extra bit of pace in that, it felt, from Helm. Pushed it through more.
So it's three boundaries in 10 balls.
I had this conversation with a few former pros at Middlesex. It was a talking point a couple of years back, going at 2.5 and over. And one of the points was made was that's fine for 3 of the bowlers, but one of your bowlers has got to be a bit more expensive, but is allowed the freedom to be a little bit more expensive, just to try and do something different.
I'm sure I agree with that. I don't see why you can't all aspire to disciplined bowling. You don't have to buy wickets. I don't get this idea about buying wickets.
Deep square set back. Bamber just a single to end the over, 51 for 1. We were towards the end of Stephen Finn's time at Middlesex. James Harris as well. I think those were 2 of the bowlers, and Helm as well, where it was kind of looked upon. They've got to do it at a better economy.
Well, absolutely. One of the things that I noticed, and it's a little bit like Tom Helm's doing it here, was that you get Murtagh and Roland Jones bowling, keeping things tight, and James Harris would come on and he could go for 12 off his first over, and suddenly the pressure's lifted, and there's no reason for it. It maybe just overpitched a bit, and suddenly the opposition are away. One of the big reasons for the success of the England team, sort of through from kind of 2009 through to 14, say, was because this phrase bowling dry. They didn't give stuff away.
is it phrasing it in terms of the balance of it's the bowler? Is it the bowler's job to take wickets, or is it the bowler's job to stop the batter scoring runs?
Well, the two are contingent, aren't they? If you put pressure on the batsman by not giving him the luxury of scoring runs, they have to find ways of scoring runs. Yeah, there's a converse way of thinking, which is you bowl to somebody's strength and put fielders there and hope they whack it there.
John Embry was coach my first year, and him relaying that to me. Yeah, bowler stop the batter scoring runs, then it invariably brings wickets. Emily Windsor was captaining the Southern Vipers in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy a couple of weeks back. And as she was saying, so we always talk about the 21 dot balls, don't we, in first class Test cricket to take a wicket. Apparently it's 3 dot balls in, I think she was saying it was the T20 though, 3 dot balls in a T20 in the women's game to take a wicket. Not sure it relays exactly to the men's game.
There's a lot of interesting stats come out of T20 cricket.
The reason Emily, similarly, we were discussing it and she'd cast out whether it was the same for the men's game, because the men's game does have that slightly more powerful element to, you can have 3 dot balls and then hit a, I mean, Gale was a master of it, wasn't he? Just play out a maiden at the start and then get himself in, and all of a sudden the sixes started flowing. Oh, that lifts.
Yeah, that worked up to, funnily enough, I had a sort of direct idea of that, because when 2015 I went and spent some time embedded, as it were, with the Melbourne Renegades in Australia, and Chris Gale was playing for Renegades, as was Aaron Finch. And so they were opening batting together, and I said to Finch, who was the captain, what do you do, because Chris Gale can do that. He can start an innings and he can play 10 dot balls at the start of an innings, In your power play, what do you do? And he said, well, we can't do that. We just can't have that. He said, I mean, I'd have to take it on, because if you play 10 dot balls and you get out, it's always great if you play 10 dot balls and you in the next, 5 of the next ones for 6. It's an imperative in T20. Did I tell you the wicket keeping T20 story? Did I tell?
I think so.
Okay, it's you'll have to bear with me on this one. So we went, or I was part of an initiative that got international cricket back into Pakistan. So I went to Lahore in 2017 with World 11 to play 3 T20 internationals in Lahore against Pakistan, and there were 14 players in our party.
Oh, run away into the vacant deep third, another boundary, 55 for 1.
Half a bat on that, wasn't there? So we played 2 games, and Tim Payne was the wicket keeper, and we got to 2 matches, and there was only one person who hadn't played, and that was George Bailey. To string this out through the over. So I was sitting having a drink with Andy Flower and Grant Flower and Steve Rickson, who were Grant and Steve Rickson with the Pakistan team, and Andy was coaching the World League. And they had this philosophical debate, and I said, Andy, why? Right, there's this stat I heard, which is the number 7, the average number of balls faced by a number 7 bat, T20 cricket, is 6. So how many balls do you think a number 11 bat would face in T20 cricket? It was rhetorical, so clearly not very many. So I said, why don't you just have your absolute whiz-bangest keeper you can possibly get, who can stand up and do that? Isn't that more value than, there's the value of that? And he said, well, all right, you said, I'll give you a different stat then.
That's a great stop there by Holden. He's going to have one stab at that. Wasn't the most difficult stop in the world, but it's a pressured one as it bumped towards him, wasn't it? He's done very, very well.
So he said, how many in T20 international cricket? How many balls do you think the wicketkeeper takes on average in a T20 innings? I said, I've no idea. Well, it's 7. He said, right? So, on average. So we then went down this path where we said, well, do we actually need wicketkeeper on occasions? Could you not just not have a keeper? And we got rid of that, because if you didn't have a keeper, then they just run down the pitch at you. But there were times where a bowler bowls so straight that the ball doesn't go through the keeper.
Up in the air, and he gets away with it. Goodness me, completely mistimed, miscued by Burns, but safe.
So we came to the point where we decided that actually the wicketkeeper doesn't take that many balls at all in there. So we've now got to decide who's going to play in this game. One person who hasn't played is George Bailey. So George has got to have a game. And the only way they could get George into the side was if he kept wicket. George Bailey had never had a pair of wicket-keeping gloves on in his life. George, you're keeping wicket. I've never kept wicket. Well, it doesn't matter, you're keeping wicket. So, come on, Tom, finish your story.
Oh, quick single, scampered. End of the over, 57-4.
So George Bailey's first and probably only experience of keeping wicket was in a proper full T20 international in Lahore. How many balls do you think he took? He kept immaculately. How many balls do you think he took?
7 was the average, right?
Yeah.
3?
5. Of which 2 were leg side wides. And 1 resulted in a run out. So that kind of tells you a story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's the urgency to get bat on ball in T20, which sort of stems from the idea of these dot balls, but it's why a lot of people get hit on the head in T20 cricket, because they have to take this. You cannot have a dot ball. And finally, the idea of a leg slip comes in.
Yeah. Actually, Ian O'Brien a little while ago, the overseas in 2010, he had a theory against Burns many moons ago. Well, indeed, back then. Which regular listeners over the years would have heard relayed, because he came up and relayed it immediately to the commentary box. He was injured for that game. It was at the Oval, and Mercer was bowling from the Vauxhall ends, and O'Brien was wandering around to do a stint of commentary as he was injured, so he had to come up and try his hand at it. And he passed by Mercer at long leg and said, the way this guy sets up, you bowl a bouncer, he's not going to get over the top of it. It was one of perhaps 3 dismissals of the bouncer in Mercer's entire career, I think. So he bowls the bouncer, and O'Brien arrives at the back of the commentary box with a big smile on his face. Burns has just got out to a bouncer from Mercer. Has he?
I think it makes sense around the wicket. It's a left-hander who goes across his stumps a bit and shuts the face on the bat. It makes sense to have somebody there.
Nice use of the feet. Galloped towards that one, didn't he? Clips him up to the Warner stands for 4. Lovely shot.
And that's why John Simpson was standing up.
Stood up to Bamber from the nursery end. I'm not sure he stood up with Bamber from the pavilion end just yet, has he?
I'm not sure why he's gone back, because he kept well enough standing up, and it does keep him in his crease. He's gone out of his crease. He stood out of the crease anyway. And they've got away a little bit here, haven't they?
The drop of Latham looks particularly costly now, doesn't it? Just 25 minutes to lunch, just over, on day one, putting Surrey in a game where they'd have hoped, much as the he's going to stand up now, isn't he? Simpson's just calling for the helmet. And leg slip is now going to move to mid wicket. But much as that Kent's match was very much a bowler's game, that's the hope for this one, isn't it? To game Middlesex here at Lord's, looking for a win after the drawn match at Northwood last week. Let's put it this way, for this track Middlesex did not want a batting surface that Surrey could get in and really, with their batting lineup which fires so well, and well, the whole team's firing well, they're top of the table champions for a reason. They wanted a surface that was going to be a straight fight between them. We mentioned at the top, didn't we, that perhaps batting points wouldn't be. This wasn't going to be the round where batting points would be resolved, so that's why it feels as though they've got away a little bit as well this morning. (61 for 1) into the 22nd over. Bamber economical as ever, none for 9 off 6, but that includes Burns dancing down the track and clipping him through mid-wicket in that over. Otherwise, it's been an outstanding start from Bamber with his economy again. Helm done for 20 from 3. Big couple of overs for him here, really. He'll probably going to go from the pavilion end after lunch, try something different.
Yeah, he's got to pull those figures back a little bit. Come about 7 and over. 7 and over on a pitch where you put the opposition in, that's for sure.
They've passed the edge a fair bit this morning, haven't they, Middlesex? Bamber in particular.
Yeah, I think they've played it well. Sorry, actually, they haven't gone chasing the ball. They've let it go well. Good judge of line, good judge of length. Put the long ball away, the half volleys away pretty well. Just unfailingly put the half volley away.
When Nottinghamshire were here last year in Division 2, it was very much seen as they're the benchmark. And perhaps the best team in the country the year before. Then last year were back in Division 2 due to the 2019 final standings, as everything reverted back from the Bob Willis Trophy to 2 divisions. This is the benchmark game for Middlesex this year, isn't it? Sorry, top of the table. Disappointed to have lost to Lancashire and drawn with Nottinghamshire. They'll be gunning for the side second bottom of the table. So it's Middlesex that have got to increase their level here in this match against the best in the country at the moment. Full. Good stop from Holden again. He's saved a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs there at cover points, hasn't he? There was one in the last over which perhaps wasn't struck as cleanly as that one. That one was close to him, but it was struck a little bit more authority. The previous one, though, it was bumping on him. He had to be watchful. That's where he wants it, Helm. If he can leave it there. Perhaps just a fraction full, fraction too straight, but that's there or thereabouts from him, where he wants to be operating. Mercer warming up again at mid-on. And he had the 5 overs, didn't he, at the start?
Yeah, he's probably 6-3 offside field here from round the wicket. That's quite tricky to do. Got to hang it outside off stump.
Into the over, 61 for 1. Maiden for Helm, he needed that, didn't he? That just gets him back in the game a little.
We'll certainly claw his figures back by bowling that line if they're prepared to let it go.
Stoneman having a fair chat with Helm at the end of the over, asking a question or two by the looks of it. What do you fancy? He's had 4 overs. Is it time for Mercer to have a couple more before lunch? Bamber's bowling well from the pavilion end. Indeed, actually, Mercer picked up a good number of those wickets from the pavilion end in the Kent match, which...
Looks to me like Josh Carers is warming up.
So basically there's a lot warming up out there. Higgins as well. He's warming down, isn't he?
Yeah, you've heard them. They're all stretching. They're all going. Look at it.
It's like a Pilates class out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
One of the fitness coaches at Middlesex in the noughties, not long after I'd started the job, right, 2006 or so. Luke Woodhouse. Pilates was slowly being brought into the game for players. I mean, now obviously it's an absolute given. Players understand its mobility and strength that Pilates gives you, but I remember then it was slowly introduced into the great game. They said, yeah, we do Pilates, we just don't tell the players it's Pilates.
Rosebery, the other name. We talked to the great West Indies fast bowlers. So, talked to Michael Hogg. They very, very, very rarely did they get injured. And they didn't do gym training. The best, I mean, Mikey told me the best that they would do is they would do some very low weight, high rep stuff. That's all they did. Beyond that, all they did was stretching. Just stretching, stretching, stretching. They were trained by a local Dennis Waite, slugger, who was an Australian, who was sort of imposed on them, I suppose, in World Series cricket.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. I remember watching a documentary on that, and it was quite a shock to the system, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he, say the World Series team, everybody had Sluggo was the man, and he stuck the West Indies right through, and but he was brilliant at what he did, wasn't he?
The interesting thing for me about that was, mid-70s?
Well, after World Series, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have regarded the West Indies at around about that time as one of the fitter sides anyway. The battery of fast bowlers.
Well, they stayed fit, you see. This is I can't remember. Ian Bishop's the only one I can remember. Ezra Mosley got a back went, but Ian Bishop back went really badly. It's the only one I can recall.
Bounces to end the over to Burns. He resists. There's a deep square and a long leg. 61 for 1 after 24.
Bish was quite by their stands quite burly. I sort of regarded Bish as even in his sort of more slender youth, ferociously fast. And I know he had a bad back injury, but and Ezra Mosley had a stress fracture of the back. But beyond that, they stayed remarkably fit, and that'd be down to the way that they trained the sluggo.
Up there from Helm. We'll pick up a couple in between backward point and the cover point. Holden, 50 partnership as well for the second wicket, 51 partnership now from 79 minutes, 112 deliveries, Burns 28 of them, the 17.
I sometimes get the feeling watching Tom bowl that he kind of gets the crease and he almost sets himself at the crease. He doesn't bowl through his action. It's almost, do you think he can almost bowl from without the run up, you know? So he gets to the crease and almost, not quite there, but sometimes he just sets himself and bowls. And I reckon he loses a bit of momentum from that, a bit of pace. But he can bowl fast. And if we're not encouraging to bowl fast as he can, then we should be, really.
Injuries have really plagued him over the years, haven't they? Particularly his early years, Helm. But even in the last couple of years, I was going to ask, in terms of changes of action, I mean, Stephen Finn was one, wasn't he? He really had his action messed around with quite a lot. Up there again from Helm, offering that drive, as you mentioned, hanging it outside of the off stump.
He's got a good follow through there. He's gone, you know, it's taking him down the pitch, fair way down the pitch. So he's going through it pretty well there. I think he's very conscious of the need not to be injured. Does that make sense? He sometimes bowlers need to be convinced or persuaded that actually they're never going to not feel something.
That slips out, and it's a costly slip as well. They'll get a couple. Think about the third. De Carey's has given chase and holds them to 2. It's done well. Sharp across the outfield. De Carey's didn't quite time it the full bunger, Latham, but he gets a couple more. Yeah, that was there or thereabouts, that bowler is saying he wants to hang it there. He wants to keep it there, doesn't he? That, as you mentioned, though, the 6-3 field means he's got a very fine margin. Anything straighter at all, and we've seen it a few times from Burns clipping him away. Although, again, they've been over the wicket to Burns, haven't they? Around the wicket to Latham. Those clips from Burns have been from right arm over.
Yeah. I mean, he's got 3 slips, so it's quite clearly where he's looking to get his dismissals. But I think he could bowl a little bit straight if he had another leg side fielder. There or thereabouts again from Helm. Better over again, but for the one that slipped out. If that one had landed, but of the purchase that he had of all the others. And the figures will be down again. Number 24 from 5 now for Helm. There's the partnerships, 12 for that first wicket. Sibley made just 3 before he was LBW to Higgins, the 1 wicket to go so far. Burns has settled in pretty well. Latham, that 1 chance offered to Robson at second off Higgins. So what's happening around the Shires? Yeah, we started on that, but again got distracted, didn't we? Let's have a look. Kent are 81 for 3 now. So Compton's still going, 43 from 67 deliveries, 105 minutes, leading 14. Somerset are 88 for 1 at Northamptonshire.
Northants winning the toss. Lammonby caught McManus, bowled White for 3. Dixon 42, Abel 30. And Lancashire are at Warwickshire. Warwickshire winning the toss. Lancashire are 75 for 2. Wells has gone for 6. Caught Burgess off the bowling of Rushworth. Jennings still there on 27. Bohannon has been and gone at 3. Caught Burgess, bowled Barnard for 33. And Salt has 8 to his name. 75 for 2, Lancashire. Here's De Carey's, as you spotted, he was warming up as well. Will it be Murtagh then to replace Helm just before lunch? Is that the double change? That?
Yeah, he's warming up as well. I think he's warming up anyway.
Yeah, warming up
It
for
might
lunch.
just be the old man stretching.
Division 2. Derbyshire 62 for 2. I should mention as well, delayed at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire. Division 2, Derbyshire 62 for 2 against Durham, hosting Durham in that game. Worcestershire 67 for 1 at Leicestershire. Rain delay at Headingley, where Sussex won the toss, elected to bat, and they were 24 for 3 when they walked off. Bounces back off Robson at short leg. 2 left-handers. Carries around the wicket with the slope, the off-spin turning away from the left-handers. Picked off a wicket right on the verge of lunch last week at Merchant Taylors' School against Northamptonshire. First over on that first morning.
Good wicket to get to. Emilio Gay played really well in that game, didn't he?
Stroked away for a single, keeps the strike. Burns end of the over. 66 for 1. Cracking memory there, Self. It was Gay, wasn't it? He was picked up. And Whiteman, he survived a chance, survived a big appeal in a similar manner to De Carey's, backed up to the off spinner from around the wicket. Gay was LBW, De Carey's for 24, 119 minutes opening the innings. There you go, the minute before lunch when he fell. Whiteman called Eskenazi, bowled Higgins for 11, and then that was when Eskenazi injured his finger, which is why he's out of this match. Mercer's back in, replacing Helm. About a couple of overs to finish, but Middlesex need a breakthrough here before lunch. Feel a little bit better at the interval, having put in the table toppers. Certainly feels that way.
He's got some good wheels on the ball to carry there, or at least it's got to be a good drive on the ball, a good positive shot at it to nick it there. It just seemed very deep.
Just a single, that's clipped fine by Burns. A few hands on heads around the field, feeling it was a bit of a loose clip. Skipper moving along quite nicely though for Surrey. 39 to his name. Hasn't offered a chance. Not really been that big a shout against him either, has there? Can't think of any LBWs that he survived, any close calls.
There was one from round the wicket, wasn't there? But was that too?
The one missing the top of the leg, was that the one?
Yeah, on the back pad, wasn't there? Can't remember if that was him or not. Could have been Higgins bowling, wasn't it?
I'm sure Surrey's having a look back for us, good man.
Oh,
Bamber to Burns.
Yeah.
Oh, Bamber to
Okay,
Latham,
okay.
apologies.
Yeah. Those stumps, you know. It's cat and mouse. As soon as he goes back,
Yep.
they come out the crease.
So I'll look for Mercer's run of games because he didn't play the T20, so did he play the Northamptonshire match last week? Played the Somerset game here at Lord's. 3 for 112 in that defeat. The Oval, 2 for 101, 1 for 11. The 27th, 67 for 1, but 27th of April, goodness me, was it that long ago? 4 for 40, 6 for 42, and a 10 for against Kent. 10th wicket. It's his 1000th scalp, having switched from Surrey to Middlesex back in 2007, a switch which only the very best make.
It's true enough.
How old were you when you made the switch, self?
Well, it's when I first became professional, so after I left university. So I was actually 24. It was quite a late starter, really. I mean, I first played for Surrey in 1968. But I didn't play for Middlesex until 72. '24.
And were you Wandsworth based still in those days at that point? Your early years were in Wandsworth.
Yeah, that's where I was brought up.
But when you made the switch from Surrey to Middlesex, were you still...
No, I lived up near Wellingborough. And indeed, subsequently moved to where I still am. I'm trying to sell my house if anyone wants to buy it.
Oh, that's clipped. Timed well by Burns. He's into the 40s.
Yeah, I've been there 47 years. Travelling up every day from near Newport Pagnell.
Formative years of Surrey League, though, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, in those days I lived in sort of Battersea Balham, Stoke Wandsworth Common.
Squeezes through. Stanley coming around the skipper at mid-on. End of the 28th, 73 for 1. How are we doing? This will be the last over before lunch down Mercer, so the Careys will have had 2 for 7. Changed a bit around there now, hasn't it? Battersea, Balham, Wandsworth.
I haven't been there for years, but
Have you been to the power station since it was
No,
fully
no, no,
reopened?
no.
Extraordinary.
it's not a neck of the woods I really need to go to for any reason now. But it must be. I mean, it's been so long to get that developed into anything meaningful.
Almost worth a look. The little museum down the bottom as well. It's only it's a very small museum indeed for when you consider what a project it was in terms of the number of years it took. Because in my lifetime, it was always, having grown up in Wandsworth as well, it was always sat there empty. And the American Embassy's right across the road now as well.
In my lifetime, it was a power station, actually.
But yeah, it was never anything than an empty building for my recollection until now. But yeah, the American Embassy's there, Mini Manhattan as they call it, next to the Oval.
Yeah, I don't think Trump was enamored with it, was he? The new embassy.
Oh really?
No, I don't think so.
Old one wasn't too far away from here, about 10-minute drive south, wasn't it? Down in is it Berkeley Square? Down the track, Burns.
I've got a blank on it. I know it very well, and I can't
Yeah,
think what it is.
Cricket Writers. In fact, you gave a speech at Cricket Writers' lunch the other, just off at the Marriott Hotel. Also at the Oval, the Cricket Writers' lunch a couple of years back, wasn't there? I think I seem to remember you doing the speech at that one as well. Down the track again, Latham. Little dabble. Does that one hold its line for a Mercer across him? Grosvenor Square. Is it the Grosvenor Marriott? We should remember.
I know.
They're turning that into a hotel now, the old embassy, aren't they?
Is that what they're doing with it?
Yeah, they've kept the old shell of it. It looks like it's a 60s building to me.
Full of bugs and all sorts. I don't mean bugs, do you know what I mean by that?
Well, interestingly, when they moved the other one just around the corner from the Oval, or the new one just around the corner from the Oval, they did gut it actually. There was only the facade left, so it was complete. It was really interesting to see actually. They're absolutely emptied, and all the scaffolding was up to protect the facade, but the facade was a it looked to me like 60s build, so it was almost interesting they went to that bother to keep the outside, but for whatever reason the big old eagle still adorns the top. Run away.
Down the pitch again to that.
Take 3. Swiss clock. John Simpson behind the stumps this morning, in and out.
Yeah, I wonder whose decision it is, who comes up, because Murder's got to be comfortable with it, but you'd like to think that the initiative comes from the keeper saying, look, I think I should come up, what do you think, rather than would you like to come up? Or I'd like you to come up.
Single turn the over, 4 off it. 14 from 7 Mercer, and Surrey having been put in 77 for 1 at lunch. The visitors' morning, just the 1 wicket. Sibley, LBW to Higgins for 3. Burns has been outstanding, 45 from 92 deliveries. Not a chance offered, the edge beaten regularly, both batters out there. Middlesex persevered hard in that the first hour. The second hour felt a little softer.
They've played well, haven't they? That's not the morning Middlesex would have wanted. Haven't really threatened. Have beaten the bat a few times, but haven't really threatened as much as they might do, having put them in on what looked to me like a bowling morning. Ball hasn't done a huge amount, has it? Hasn't really swung like it might do. Maybe it will later on. How many overs have we gone? We've gone
29, yeah.
29 overs. So he's started to get a decent shine on the ball after that time.
It's looking like a batting afternoon actually in the background, isn't it? Let's see what it's like in 40 minutes.
Yeah, weather's perked up a little bit, hasn't it?
Mike Selby, thanks very much. Former Surrey and Middlesex, alongside myself. Kevin Handel will be back in 40 minutes time here. Play to resume off 41 as you see. We'll be back with the live stream just before that. Surrey's morning at Lords haven't been put in at lunch. They're 77 for 1. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Umpires White and O'Shaughnessy head out to the middle to get us going for the afternoon. Tom Helm looking for the ball straight away from the umpires. 77 for 1. Surrey, an excellent start from the visitors this morning. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Sibley LBW to Higgins. Rory Burns, the skipper, on the right hand side there. 45 to his name. Latham on the left, 23. Partnership already worth 50, and one that Middlesex will be very wary of this afternoon. They'll feel they bowled well enough this morning. Economy rate 2.66. Murtagh for 15 from 7, a little unlucky, perhaps beat the edge a few times. Higgins bowled with an awful lot of threats, so too did Bamber. Helm grew into his spell. I'm sure he'll get next dig from the pavilion end just to give him a different approach. Chance to change it up a bit. Mark Stoneman, the captain, in for Roland Jones, rested and rotated out for this one. After playing at Northamptonshire last week, Murtagh comes in. And another change. Jack Davies coming in for Stephen Eskenazi. Straight swap in the middle order for Middlesex. Eskenazi injuring his finger, catching at slip last week. Burns, what's he checking from the pavilion ends? Just having a look up. Members taking their seats still. Sliding of the sight screen as well down below on the bottom tier. So here's Higgins, the man who started it all off from the pavilion end this morning. The only man to take a wicket, 1 for 18 from 8. Bowled extremely well. Right arm over to Burns, that was something Mike Selvey, myself, Kevin Hand were discussing this morning, that they all seem to be around the wicket to the others, but over the wicket to Burns. Pitching outside the line of leg, a little yelp to get Higgins going after lunch. Burns 45 to his name. It really was a good knock this morning, didn't offer a chance. No major alarm bells for him really. And leading by example. It's had a little bit of a lean spell. Looking to make up for it here at Lords though. He'll pick up a single to get himself going after lunch. On to 46, 78 for 1. 32 tests, average 30. Average of 40 in first class cricket. But yeah, the recent run for Burns. Got 88 against Surrey, against Middlesex at the Oval in May. 14 and 36 not out against Kent the following week. 15 and 4 then at Canterbury itself. 5 and 20 against Lancashire, and Norton Noughts a pair against Nottinghamshire at the Oval last up. Started the season 1 and 54 at Old Trafford. That, along with the 88 against Middlesex, the only 50s he's brought up this season. It's fine. 3 figures. Went well at the Oval against Hampshire though, 45 and 35. Big game that was. Victory against Hampshire, where they were hoping that they could upset the odds. This could be their year. A bit through the air again from Higgins. Bowled with plenty of threat this morning to that man Latham. Had that edge put down at second slip by Robson. Latham a year younger than Rory Burns. 41 is average in 74 tests for New Zealand. Good position to play that one again from Higgins. Nice shape on it around the wicket to the left-hander, so much as it was this morning, over the wicket to Burns and around the wicket to Latham. First class average of very nearly 44 for Latham. 26 centuries, 57 50s, 258 innings. .60 in the second innings against Nottinghamshire for Surrey last week. He's run games so far this season. 3 and 58 against Kent at Canterbury. 10 and 0 against Lancashire at the Oval, and then 29 and 60 against Nottinghamshire in that draw. So for the man on the right, a win, a draw and a loss. For the man on the left, well, titles and top of the table this season for the Surrey skipper. Looking for a second 50 of the season against Middlesex. Ethan Bamber is to be the man after lunch. The place is Murtagh. None for 15 from 7. Bamber none for 9 from 7. 3 maidens. Had 3 overs to start up from the nursery end this morning, then was switched up to the pavilion end. Oh, that's clipped nicely, and Murtagh will get around to, just about hold them to a single. I was worried there that he was going to tumble himself a disservice on the on the way down the slope towards the tavern stand. The old fella's okay though, warms him up again after lunch. 79 for 1. Bamber the 5-4 fields, just orchestrating it with Stoneman, the skipper, who tosses him the ball. They're going to change to a 6-3. Mid-wickets going across. See, third slip for Latham. Up comes deep square to mid-wicket. That's a lovely sight, especially if you're a Surrey batter at the moment. On the spot from Bamber, but nicely played by Latham. Angles it away. Picks up 2. 81 for 1. A lovely sight if you're a cricket fan. Much like myself, Kevin Hans, Mike Selvey alongside me.
Yeah, this is different to the morning, isn't it? This is the bowling morning, this is a batting afternoon. Cotton wool clouds, lovely, nice summer's afternoon. They've done the hard yards, these two. It's time to bed in. I think it could be a long afternoon for Middlesexers.
I think this pair after lunch, he likes to start the spells with his best bowlers. I'm told Richard Johnson, that's one of his things. Now obviously the captain's Mark Stoneman, but for me these two, and I think you may forgive me if I'm misquoting you, but I think you said the way that these two hit the surface perhaps are the best bowlers for this one.
It looks to me like it's not a bash it in pitch, it's certainly kiss the deck.
Oh, now Bamber was thinking about an appeal on that one, but they'll do it at a good economy as well, won't they? This is his 8th over. He's gone for 12 runs so far, Ethan Bamber, and that's what they're going to have to do if wickets aren't going to come quickly.
Yeah, it's if you're not going to be able to bowl magic balls to get them out, then you have to just be patient, and at this stage just be patient and try and make them make a mistake.
Good again from Bamber, round the wickets to Latham straight away.
Only up around, we're about 2.6 now, is it?
That's it.
Is that about right?
Yeah.
Oh, it even says so. If I'd bothered to look at the screen, it would have told me, wouldn't it? 2.63.
Scampered single. Oh, the throw to the non-striker's end from Stoneman. Latham is through. That was the one chance that Burns offered this morning, was a run-out opportunity, which Higgins missed off his own bowling. 82 for 1 after 31.
I think that might have been another one too. That looked very tight. Just aiming at the one stump. I think that would have been very tight.
Danger man Latham as well. The one-day series in April and May, New Zealand against Pakistan in the ODIs. In the 5 innings, he hit 20, 98, 45, 60 and 59. Pretty consistent across those 5 games. Dangerous customer. And there is a beautiful drive. First boundary after the interval. He's on to 30.
Yeah, he's an integral part of a very good Kiwi side, isn't he?
Very good signing for Surrey. Of course, had Kemar Roach earlier in the season. The Middlesex faced Surrey at the Oval. That was Roach's last game, I think I'm right in saying, before he departed. Oh, that's a very good stop at cover. Max Holden saves 3, prevents the boundary. They run a single. Looked as though it was heading the same way as the last.
A little bit more of a breeze this afternoon. Flag's just stirring. The shadows going across the ground quite briskly.
Very good from Higgins once more. Really interesting that it's been right arm over to Burns, right arm around to Latham. They've really stuck to it. Klitz. Good stop by Helm. Could have been the 50 otherwise if he'd have tumbled and not managed to block it off. Single though moves Burns to 48. 97 deliveries. Many of those have come from around the wicket.
Two actually very contrasting left-handers, aren't they? One likes very much. Left-handers by and large like a little bit of width. They like the ball going away from them so they can put it always square on the offside. But Rory Burns is somebody who very much shuts the face of the bat on the ball, likes to hit mid-on. You get those left-handers who almost seem to hit across the line of the ball. They like the offside, they drive, they cut, they hit, drive square. Then you get those who actually quite like to hit the ball back where it came from. Graham Smith was one, the South African, brilliant South African player.
End of the 32nd, 88 for 1.
Very much dragged the ball back almost from outside off stump, dragged it back through mid-on. There's a certain logic to it, isn't there? You know, you give the ball the full face of the bat, hit it back where it came from. You're giving it every millimetre of the bat, aren't you?
Captain Surrey here in a championship game. A short stint before an ankle injury put an end to his time with Surrey. Graham Smith, such a formidable player, I'll never forget it. You see him stood there at the crease, which as Burns is now settling over his bat, watching down from this media centre. Giants of a man. How on earth are you ever going to get past him?
Well, there are some players who just dominate so much. They dominate the crease. They fill the crease up. What a physical barrier.
Straight to cover and Holden. Ball's followed him this morning, Holden. He's been well positioned, hasn't he? He's saved quite a few runs, cover or cover point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the really big, imposing batters of region. Graham Smith would be one, Kevin Peterson be one. What else can we think of? Chris Gale would be one.
I always thought Mark Taylor at the always looked Slater alongside him at the other end as a smaller man though, wasn't he?
Not a tall man though, is he? Yep. Physically dominate the crease, they absolutely fill the crease up. Matthew Hayden, another one. Yeah.
Clive Lewis.
Definitely Clive Lewis.
I think I saw him here for the test match.
Well, I saw him sat in the box in the grandstand there watching medium pacers, fast medium bowlers bashing it halfway down the pitch and getting hooked, and I just wonder what's going through Clive's mind, because his bowlers bowled not remotely as close to many bounces as that, and people wanted to draw lines across the pitch and change the laws of the game.
For 1 after 33. Higgins remains over the wicket to Burns. 2 slips. Pops through the gloves of Simpson, who's been outstanding behind the stumps today. That was one of our last thoughts before lunch, wasn't it? The decision making of standing up or not for Simpson.
Yeah, this dynamic between bowler and keeper. Cricket is a collaborative game. Everybody says it's an individual game played in a team context, but I disagree with that. I think everything you do is collaborative. Batter can't bat without the collaboration of his partner at the other end. The bowler can't operate without the collaboration of the fielders.
Now, will that go? It will. 50 up for Burns. 52 from 101 deliveries. This is 9th for 139 minutes. Surrey skipper lost the toss. He's winning the battle out in the middle.
Certainly played right, with beautifully timed that, because it's got to the long side. Got 2 people out there on the boundary, neither of them had a chance with that. One just in front of square, the other at long leg.
Follows up with a single. Third 50 of the summer. Yet to reach 3 figures. Middlesex will hope that's not ominous today. He's looked good out there today. Hasn't offered a chance. Despite that movement through the air for this man. Has it gone off the surface a little less than perhaps Middlesex may have thought and indeed hoped?
It doesn't seem to have deviated a lot, does it? I'm guessing the pitch is a whole lot drier than it would have been in that game earlier in the season anyway. That's that April game. And you know, that spring that's still damp underneath.
Single turn the over, Latham keeps the strike. 95 for 1.
I suspect it'll just get easier and easier as well. Everything to be said for bowling first. You just hope you're going to get something out of it early on, and it was, you know, a morning where you'd hope you might take three or four wickets. That kind of a morning had a feel. It definitely had a bowling feel to it.
It did. I certainly did. There was rain falling at around about 9:15 this morning. I was out there in the middle and had a look, and then all of a sudden, out of the way, on comes the hover cover. Rain tumbling down. Look around the sky and think, oh, it could be on and off a fair bit today. Not the way it's played out.
What the prognosis of the next couple of days, I think it's reasonable, isn't it, for the weekend?
Yep. I think be relatively untroubled.
Got these kind of mixed feelings about the weather up in Lancashire at the moment, because part of me wants the Test match to go full course, and part of me wants some rubbish weather for the Open Championship, because you have to have some bad weather to make it interesting, because it's just up the road in Boy Lake, isn't it? So
chance of showers again perhaps on Saturday in London. Today pretty much done. Rain's gone through this morning. Barely a spit out of the sky for the remainder of the day, looking at the forecast. Middlesex will certainly hope for some cloud cover at least. Clouds passed over in front of the sun at the moment, up above the Allen stand. So we look across from the nursery end of the ground. Width and punished, short and wide. Teasing chase. Four to carries all the way.
yeah, it's ominous, isn't it, already this afternoon? A strong batting side out there, and ball has not offered them the help they might have expected from it. Say back on the Duke ball. After the brief flirtation with the Kookaburra.
$100 up for Surrey here, 100 for 1. Third wicket's fallen at Old Trafford. Travis Head is in. Smith is out. So Labuschagne remains. He's on 34. Smith LBW to Wood for 41. 120 for 3, Australia. Looking a good toss to win at the moment for England at Old Trafford. Wood, Wokes and Broad, a wicket apiece. End of the over here, 100 for 3, Burns 57, Latham 33.
Yeah, well, the indications seem to be that it's not a particularly lively pitch at Old Trafford, from what I've gleaned.
Grab another one now then, England, and they really will feel in a good position.
Well, they'll know there's a little bit of weather about at the weekend, so they push the game. Well, they will push the game on. That's what they do, isn't it?
Begins back around the wicket to Latham to begin the over.
Back very deep Australia this game, though, don't they?
As to Surrey.
Well, and Cameron Green in, back into the side, retaining H. Marsh.
And just looked at the score at Old Trafford. I've seen the score at Chelmsford. Kent won the toss, decided to bat. They're 104 for 5. One place above Middlesex in the table. Third bottom Kent. Played a game more. Three for Cook, one for Harmer, and one for the run-outs. Cox has 6, Everson has yet to get off the mark. 104 for 5, Kent. Again, that's a match that both of these sides will have an eye on. Essex one place behind Surrey. Somerset 127 for 2, Dixon 68, Bartlett has 5. Lammonby was out for 3, Court McManus bowled white, Abel bowled white for 34. Thanks for winning the toss there at Wantage Road, putting Somerset in. They got underway at Trent Bridge, and boy oh boy did they get underway. 0 for 2 at the end of the second over, Nottinghamshire. 30 for 2 now, Gubbins has 16, Vince has 14, Hutton and Petman picking up Holland and Middleton. Blimey, Lancashire. Conquerors of Surrey a couple of weeks back. They are at third place Warwickshire. Hosts won the toss, decided to field. Lancashire 95 for 5. Darryl Mitchell, former Middlesex man. Still there on 13, coming in at number 5. Balderson. Let's get off the mark.
Middlesex are there next week, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. He's got the wickets. Rushworth 1 for 22 from 8. Hannon Dalby 2 for 14 from 11. Hamza 1 for 32 from 7. Barnard 1 for 16 from 6. Briggs none for 9 from 2. Hannon Dalby and Rushworth. Forged in the north.
Yeah, bowlers come down there, don't they?
Trying to think if this was a wind-up back then, but when he made his debut, Hannon Dalby, the first double-barrelled name to play for Yorkshire. Might have been a wind-up, but
yeah,
there's also every chance.
yeah, every chance.
Amber around the wicket to Burns.
Yeah, not always an indication of being a member of the aristocracy, was it?
Halifax lad. Hannon Dalby's 34 now. Sunderland lad Rushworth, well, he's 37 now. Hopefully they'll be worn out by next week. Sorry, we'll be looking for Middlesex to do them a favour at Edgbaston.
There's a class of bowler that you call a proper bowler, like bowler's bowler, and Rushworth is one of those.
Game in hand, Warwickshire indeed, on both Surrey and Essex. So bowled, that's well played though by Burns. .57, well in position, angle bat, soft hands, comes down, has a long look at the pitch, Burns. Latham comes down, has a chat with him as well. Well bowled from Bamber around the wicket. Looking to move it up the slope away from the left-hander.
I was thinking of an edge for a while, isn't it?
Just checking to see if Surrey had a game next week. They're away at Somerset in the next round. Essex away at Hampshire. Just wondering whether it was going to be Warwickshire's game in hand, but not so. So Warwickshire have a busy September ahead. Indeed, at the start of September, their first match is away to Surrey. Very good leave that from Burns. So it's about him trying to move the ball away, bring that outside edge in the last ball, but with the slope around the wicket, can easily jag back in as well.
It poses the same problems to left-handers from this end, doesn't it, as it does for right-handers at the other end. The one that judgment outside off stump is a little bit trickier.
He attempts to straighten it from Bamber again, which he did well. Good execution once more from that man Bamber. Another maiden. 11 bowled by Bamber, 5 maidens, none for 18. Surrey settling in for the long game though this afternoon. Put in, try and boss the game from the off. You'd imagine they'd have bowled first as well. And then they overheads this morning. Just look at that pitch. A little bit of grass. As you rightly said, it was the Kent game that was played on this one as well, but that was in the damper conditions of April. Now his helm from the pavilion end, number 24 from 5, didn't really happen for him from the nursery end. So often the strike bowler's end though at Lord's, the pavilion end. Helm's very much looked as tall, fast. Middlesex need him to strike here. Short wide, and they both get away with it to some extent. The batter and the bowler, it was a loose looking flash from Latham, followed it. Feet barely moved. Swished it the other way by. It would have been a rueful way to go from, or a rueful walk off. Had he have nicked that one through. Right arm over the wicket to Latham. Middlesex were predominantly around the wicket to Latham this morning, weren't they? But Helm straight away over the wicket to Latham.
Yeah, different angle, I suppose.
Oh, that's good. Very good from Helm. Equal to it, Latham. Knocked off his feet, but he digs it out and he survives.
Just about got something on that, didn't he? Look at that.
Perfect from Helm.
Just got the toe end of the bat down in time, and that otherwise that would have taken middle out.
Needed 900 odd balls face to keep that one out, didn't you? It's a good start from Helm, promising. First one was a bit of a loosener outside off.
A little bit more volatility in the last couple of deliveries from actually. Hitting the crease harder.
Edged short. Robson. We put Latham down on noughts. Going the other way this time. Doesn't carry.
There's more urgency in his run here. You know, you do sometimes you want to say, Tom, be a fast bowler. Plenty of other people can be fast medium. You can be a fast bowler.
Bangs that one in short. Latham has timed that immaculately. Didn't realise quite how well he timed it. Up the slope all the way to the Warner. Latham moves to 37.
He pulled that one well, but that was a better over. It was a more aggressive over from Tom Helm. More intent in it.
Economy of movement from Latham, apart from in the hands. Steered it, crucially timed it beautifully. 104 for 1. It'd been a good over, he'll be disappointed. Boundary off the last ball, none for 28 off his 6 now Helm, but Bamber, economical as ever, reliable as ever. He's done pretty much everything he can, Bamber. His lines, his lengths, you can see from the economy, it hasn't been hiding the ball outside the off stump, this economy. He's been there challenging the outside edge the whole time.
Yeah, I think that's the key to it. He's not just massaging his figures by hiding it. He's attacking stumps. He's round the wicket. He's making them play. Beaten the bat a couple of times.
I always go back to the first time I saw him, his debut at Wantage Road. Just exactly that. Immediately, unerringly, onto the right spot. You looked at him running in for the first time, you thought, not the tallest, doesn't look as though he's going to be the fastest, but just kept on hitting the same spot over and over again.
He's filled out since those days, hasn't he?
He has, and in that Nottinghamshire match, getting much made over the speed guns at the moment, but until Broad really cranked it up at the very end of the game here. Bamble is clocking as the quickest bowler in that game.
Yeah, you don't want to see him over bulk. He's definitely, you know, when he was first started, he was quite a skinny streak. Now he's got quite a strong-looking upper body. You don't want to get beyond that. You don't want to start becoming muscle. You become muscle-bound, then you lose your arm speed, and that's when your pace can drop. Actually, you think strength is everything, but it's not.
It's watchfully played by Burns. There was just a little bit of movement on that one. Resisted the temptations going in any harder. Searched a little bit for that one, Latham. As we said, it's not doing as much off the surface as perhaps Middlesex would have hoped. Although Burns is immediately down to prod away at the length that was just played off. There's enough in it though. There was enough in it this morning, as you saw in that first hour. That's pretty much what we're talking about, Bamber, there, isn't it? Just that perfect line and length. That's not a wasted delivery. That's there or thereabouts, just outside the line of off. And then again, a good lead from Burns, given that it's right arm around. Big credit has to go to the batter as well, doesn't it? Right arm around with the slope.
Yeah, judgment's been impeccable.
A long way across to that one, Burns. Looking to access the onside. Replays it again. As the over ends, 106 for 1. Yeah, the match at Merchant Taylor School last week, that first morning, the Middlesex Reflection, was just didn't bowl full enough. Bowled well. And it was their best bowling performance of the season as a unit, I thought, that first day. But in the morning they felt they should have bowled a bit fuller. I think it'll be a great deal that they'll reflect they've got wrong this morning. Helm had a slightly loose start, didn't he, which he tightened up. And now has begun well from the pavilion end. But a lot of credit to Burns and to Latham for that early chance, but since then he's looked in good touch. It's the other part of the game, isn't it? The opposition are allowed to play well.
Yeah, indeed. And there really hasn't been that much help from the either movement in the air or off the seam, or the pitchers played pretty well. Two batters bedded themselves in well. They got through the difficult period with the new ball, nearly 40 overs old now.
Yep, it's a return to the Duke ball, not the Kookaburra. 40th over though. Middlesex will know. Next 10 overs are really crucial. By the time it is the 50th over that ball. They'll be desperate to have Surrey more than one down. Playing this very well. Plenty of test experience out in the middle. Mainly from Latham. Burns, vastly experienced first-class cricketer as well. Excellent first-class average. Very keen to do well here at Lord's as well, Burns, won't he? Rightly or wrongly. Fairly or not. Any comparison between Burns and Robson? Burns scored his runs at the Oval, Robson scored his runs at Lord's. Lord's has been one of the grounds with the lower average per wicket. Lower average of runs scored per wicket. Oval up at the other end.
There was a time where it was a distinct advantage to be playing your cricket here, because people like Gubby Allen's sit in the committee room there and pick the England team. But those days are long gone, and hope you know that the data, the statistical stuff they use now, the metrics they use to measure, to assess players, takes into account where they play, who they play against, how they score their runs.
Up in the air. And Bamber holds on. Helm bumps Latham out. And Surrey are 106 for 2. Big wicket for Middlesex right at the end of the 40th over. They needed that breakthrough. Second wicket pairing for Surrey had settled in nicely this morning. Looked to be doing the same this afternoon.
That's way better bowling from Tom Helm. We saw how this spell he looks to be running in better. He looks to be running in harder, more intent, trying to be a fast bowler. He's bowled a length and he's used that bouncer as an excellent bouncer. Sparingly. He tried one in the previous over, which was he or Rory Burns put that one away for 4. But that was a really good bouncer, just in the right place, top edge, and a well-judged catch by Ethan Bamber, and a valuable, much-needed wicket for Middlesex.
It's just saying. That's the end of the 40th over. By the time they got to the 50th, they really couldn't afford Surrey to be one down, could they? That's a big wicket, a big breakthrough.
I mean, often your bowler earns a wicket through hard work, hard graft, and I think he worked hard for that wicket.
Bamber, the man who holds the catch, who, well, along with Higgins, probably, Mercer did much wrong this morning either, but the most consistent. Helm certainly steadily improved through his spells today. Much better start at the pavilion end, which has relegated Bamber to the nursery end, where he'll be bowling to Burns. But first, here's Smith coming out to join his skipper.
Relegated? What do you mean relegated to the nursery end? That's the end. That is the end to bowl. That's Mercer. That's me.
Mercer took his wickets in the Kent match at the pavilion end, didn't he? Which was an unusual one for him. I never quite make it out over the years when they send Mercer to the pavilion. I was thinking, what are you doing? He just gets all of his wickets at the nursery. Much like James Harris, predominantly a pavilion end bowler at Lords, but got all of his wickets at the nursery end. So always put that to him. And
it's the swing bowler's end, this thing.
Well, that's why Bamber, as I say, when I first saw him, I thought, he's made for the nursery end, Bamber, but actually, he's always appeared far more effective to me. And I haven't got the stats to back this up at all, but he's always appeared more effective from the pavilion end, just challenging outside that off stump, nipping it back down the slope. But equally here, this is a line that he'll like to get into a groove against Burns.
Yeah, it's not quite as straightforward as just bowling one end or the other. There are definitely some bowlers who are better suited to the nursery, and I always think, like Ethan, well, actually, you're right, would be in theory a better bowler from the pavilion end because he has a straight run. I think straight run bowlers are better from that end because they can hold themselves against the slope. If you have an angled run from pavilion end, it will throw you down the slope and put you off balance. Now, I know there will be people listening to this who will say, what about John Price? He ran round the circle. But actually, the business end of John Price's run was gun barrel straight. Absolute gun barrel straight, no angle in it at all. He used the slope to get a bit of momentum up. He used it as a means of getting going. So he went down the hill and then turned almost sharp left, and then came in absolutely gun barrel straight. Whereas bowlers from this end, if you have a slight angle in your run, it holds you into the hill, sets you really nicely at the crease. right-hander. We've seen right-hander for a while, haven't we?
No, indeed. Simply out there for 19 balls this morning. First to go for Surrey in that big partnership between Latham and Burns.
And a tall lad with a reach.
Just caught a wicket out of the corner of my Compton. Is it Compton the latest to go? No, he's already gone. Everson, sorry. Everson has gone for Kent. Bracewell with the wicket. Everson gone for 11. Kent are 127 for 6 at Essex, having won the toss. Giving news to Middlesex fans' ears. Game in hand on Kent, the team, one team above them. We're hoping Robson could have found 3 off that last ball last week instead of 2.
But the one thing he wasn't going to get in the field was a 3, wasn't it?
Well, actually, that's the end of the over, 107 for 2. So, scores level meant that Middlesex took 8 points for the draw. Northants took 5. However, Toby Rowland-Jones interview at the end. Did you know, Toby, that it was 8 points if we got 2 off the last ball rather than 5? No idea. Did Sam Robson know? No idea. So Robson, when he turned for that second, at the time he had no idea he was turning for 3 points. He just thought he was turning to put the pressure on the fielder with the chance of getting a third, maybe if the fielder fumbled or...
Is that right? Tells you something, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. I mean, you could well imagine that he clipped it, head down, ran a single, and just thought, the fielder's never going to fumble that. But he ran the first one hard and then ran the second one in the hope that the fielder fumbled, bad throw, something happened, Middlesex were able to get through for the third. But if he'd have just clipped it to mid-wicket as he did, or I remember it being a clip, but if he'd have just run the single, Middlesex would have only taken 5 points. Oh, it's a beaut from Helm. Just seems to have something a little more going from the pavilion end here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's more urgency. Yeah, you'd think he wouldn't have, settled just one for the draw, and then you'd take the 2 on whatever, wouldn't you? Even if, if it was a 25% chance of getting a second, you'd take that, wouldn't you? Because you still get the draw.
Yeah. It's a well bowled, dug out by Burns. I don't know, I was thinking that, in his mind he knew he needed a boundary to win the match, didn't he?
Yeah.
And his best chance of the boundary was probably a 6 because everybody was on the ropes. So you kind of imagine the bowler comes in, whether it was a block hole delivery, whatever it was, and he's clipped it to the onside. Your kind of whole body thinks, no, I haven't got the 6. I'm not going to get the boundary to win the match that I need. But fortunately, he was...
But he could have taken the view, if it had gone nearer the fielder, could have taken the view or just take the single and the match is drawn.
It's a very good shot from Burns, but straight into a tightly knit offside.
I suppose it would have been quite an easy thing to ask the umpire, what is the situation if the score's are low? All hindsight, they won't make that mistake, and then very likely to get their position again. Very rare. But he says it, at the end of the match, I'm sure either side deserved to lose the game, actually, the way it was played.
Well, quite.
It was a really good game of cricket.
Well, whether it was the Kookaburra ball or not, I'm not sure it was, but much like the Hampshire match, Hampshire went, for some, painfully slow on day 1 at the Aegeus. Nick Gubbins' slowest first-class century. But I thought they played it beautifully on day 1 at the Aegeus. It was a slow burner, but the game was the game that day. Similarly, Northants slowed up dramatically until pretty much the second new ball in their second innings, which is when they started to go at it that little bit harder. 3 slips in place for Smith. Onto the hip, Helm. Get 2. Bamber coming around to fine leg.
Sometimes this whole idea that we want to play test matches in 3 days and get them over in 3 days, and that's fine if you're winning test matches, but it's often in the best interests of some sides to make the game go 5 days, because often you then get a great leveller, which is a 5th day pitch.
End of the over, 110 for 2.
When you had the great Australian team in the 90s and the 2000s there, they had batting which allowed them to push the game on and leave themselves plenty of time to bowl the opposition out. But the thing was, they had the bowling attack to be able to do that on pitches that weren't 5th day pitches. Yeah, that's some of the greatest bowlers ever. And conversely, they took the 5th day pitch out of the equation, which is the great leveller where lesser opposition can come in and take advantage of that against them. So it wasn't just about playing the game in an exciting way, there was a method in it. I've seen so many test matches in the past go the last session where you think a game's dead, and the last session, 5th day, it livens up. Remember Curtly Ambrose taking 8 wickets in the final session. Remember Wakar taking wickets at Old Trafford to win a game last session.
Nice replacing Bamber at the nursery end. 8th over for him. Well, the crazy thing that's changed almost at T20 is that the batters really come into a game in the last session now, don't they? All of a sudden, well, Nottinghamshire here, 40 overs, 248.
Well, the one thing that is happening that might be different and negates my argument there, of course, is that pitches aren't deteriorating as they once did. They actually seem to get flatter and flatter.
And that equally at Northampton was, Northwood against Northamptonshire was part of it, that everybody thought, first day or two actually there were signs. There was a bit of seam movement first day, a bit of grass left on, there was up and down bounce on day 2, but by day 3, couple of goes with the heavy roller, and indeed the same on day 4, the pitch was far flatter, which was a very unusual Merchant Taylor's school. Well done to Richard Ayling and his team there. Tom Helm, a deep square, holds Burns to a single.
He's getting very little assistance, is he, to Merton?
No, I do wonder, does he need to go at the pavilion end? Because much as Helm, as soon as Helm started up really this morning, I just felt change of ends. This isn't quite happening for Helm. Best thing he can do is just give him another end and give him another chance.
Yeah, I think that's a function of the urgency he's put into his bowling, to be honest.
Mercer likewise, I do think a change of ends might just... It's worth a go here at this point for Middlesex, isn't it? But certainly I take your point, the change of ends was more to do with the change of urgency from Helm. But something just didn't look right this morning from the nursery end from Helm. It looked quite his infused self, or the enthused Helm that was required. Simpson was kept beautifully this morning. I was thinking when he was immediately up for Mercer. Higgins this morning, he's got a long match ahead of him. John Simpson. there from Murta. The width as well, but not timed by Smith. Remains on naught. Burns to have strike on 61. Surrey 111 for 2. As you say, it's more urgency about Helm at the pavilion end. Is there a little bit of ego in that as well? We talk about a pavilion end bowler and a nursery end bowler.
I don't know about that. I don't know whether maybe someone's had a word at him. Come on, Tom, what are you doing? I was here to bowl. Pitch it up and swing it. You're here to get it up to 90. Get it up to 90, Tom. You can do it. You big man. Fast bowler.
Still 3 down in the test. Australia 145 for 3. Labuschagne 39, head 18. Mentioned Kent being 6 down, 147 for 6. Have a look at Northamptonshire against Somerset in a moment. Side. Deep backward square's got his work cut out here, and De Carey's, as ever, somehow manages to come up with the goods. He's a cracking fielder, he's a cracking cricketer, De Carey's. Whether it's with the ball, he lives every delivery. In the field as well, he throws himself around.
That really helps too, helps the bowler. That's what I mean about collaboration.
Look at this. Oh! Just like his old man.
It's only one run, you see, but it means everything. It shows how your teammates are committed to helping you.
If he gets a wicket here against Smith, then that's De Carey's wicket as much as anything, isn't it? 3 more balls against the batter.
He faces the short ball. He might be a tall lad. Have one early on and just see what he's like.
It's almost Peter Hanscom like the way that he prods that bat down behind him. The bowler runs in. Smith, very deliberate placing of the bat, almost straight down before he stands up and just looks towards the bowler. Moment's pause. What's up now? The umpires are going to have a look at the ball. Back to the Dukes. We're going to have a ball change. 2 rounds of Kookaburra, whatever you say about them. Don't think I heard of a single ball change up and down the country.
There might be nothing wrong with this one, of course. I just don't think they're getting much out of it.
Yeah.
Let's try another one. See if we can get a new ball.
Let's have a look. Here
Strategic.
We go. Oh, it's not going through. Did it go through? He forced that through, didn't he, O'Shaughnessy?
Yeah.
Give it a good old shove there. That side, yeah. Oh,
that's gone through. Get on with it. Get on with it. So.
I love it. So what is it? It's not supposed to go through one, and it is supposed to go through the other easily, is the method of those handcuff-like devices. Here's the bat placement once more of Smith. And he gets off the mark with a flowing drive through the covers. Gorgeous from Smith. High arm. Oh, mix up with the non-strikers then. Burns is back. Well, he's in. Was he back? Holden stepped in front of the stumps. Helm left him to it. Was there anything in it at the non-striker's end there? Yes, there was. He was miles out. almost opened himself up too much to that one, but controls it in the end to mid-wicket, no run. 116 for 2, end of the 44th.
I think it was Gunner Ian Gould who told me that if they were umpiring a game and they thought that there might just be something odd going on with the ball, a little bit of things going on with it, they would take the ball and they would try and put it through the set of rings that they keep for the women's cricket ball, which is slightly smaller, right? So the ball wouldn't go through the rings, so they changed the ball, and it would avoid any fuss on the field about
shenanigans, eh?
well, just a means of avoiding shenanigans.
Has only gone for 16 now into his 9th over. New batter at the crease, and Smith can just tighten up that run rate, bring it down below 2.5. I feel something that Middlesex will be aware of here, making runs as difficult as possible to come by. It should always be the case. Just heightened slightly when you're in the 45th over, 2 down. Against the table topping near rivals. To try and put that onus back on Surrey to try and find the runs. Middlesex are finding wickets hard to come by. 2 in 45 overs, having won the toss. Inside edge. Bounces his back off the pads and away safely.
Big front dog comes down the pitch there, isn't it? Long reach. And then some out to the stumps.
He's got some company, Mr. Smith. Here we go. It's very pretty. Look at this. Strokes off the back foot. The way that he taps it down those 3 times really come down at a very, very straight and precise angle. Hanscom then, unlike Smith almost keeps it at that same angle behind him, doesn't he? Hanson then almost lifted it up and away from his body.
So many idiosyncrasies. I mean, the bloke at the other end's got more idiosyncrasies than anybody, really, isn't he? Twitches and...
Nice use of the feet. Not quite to the pitch of it though, Smith, and had to check the drive. 45 done. Just a single off Mercer's 9th over on 17 for 2.
Yeah, Tom Helm's come back pretty well, hasn't he? He's back round about under 4s now.
Yeah, we talked about that 2.6 rate. Well, Mercer's only going at 17 off 9. The other 2 have been economical as well, haven't they, Bamber? As ever. Bamber the most economical indeed. None for 21 off 13, 5 maidens. 1.62 is economy. Higgins going at 2.5, 1 for 31 off 12. Around the wicket to Rory Burns, Tom Helm. Might have had to go around the wicket to Burns in his spell from the nursery end before lunch, but again predominantly Burns has faced right arm over in this innings. I was going to mention the match at Northamptonshire. Somerset 161 for 3. Been put in by the hosts at Wantage Road. 60 for Dixon. 34 Abel together now. Bartlett on 22 and Kohler Cadmer on 15. White with all 3 wickets to go. 3 for 54 from 17. Taylor in the attack at the moment. You like the look of him last week at Northwood?
I thought he put in a good shift that particular day. Was from the second day, was it? Second day.
Yep. Not much to tell you of at Trent Bridge, but Hampshire is steadying the ship, having been put in. They were 0 for 2 with the loss of Holland and Middleton. The first and second over, Hutton and Petman. But Gubbins 38, Vince 21. Oof, particularly short ball from Hellman signals by umpire O'Shaughnessy. Really banged that one in short.
Ballooned, like we said, didn't it?
Just about keeps in control of that one, Burns, shy of Milan at Gully. Got big on him again though, that ball. Up around the shoulder of the bat. Little enthused Helm. From Helm and driven. Will this be Smith's first boundary? It's a long way up the hill. Stoneman collects. They've taken 3. Two, 3, 4, 2. Sorry. Delighted with that position. Having lost the toss this morning. Top ball to end the over. Burns 66. Smith left strike on 5. Helm 1 for 40 from 10. Lancashire 139 for 5. Hanging in there against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. 32 for Mitchell. Very popular when you had that short spell with Middlesex, Darryl Mitchell. Balderson 23 not out. Middlesex only faced Lancashire once this season, and that's at Old Trafford. 2 fixtures to come against third place Warwickshire next week at Edgbaston, as Sel was saying. Return game here in September, the only home game in September. Also a trip to Trent Bridge and a trip to Chelmsford in September for Middlesex. Some actually pretty good trips to come before the season's done for Middlesex. Old Trafford, Edgbaston, Trent Bridge, less so Chelmsford.
You tell me there's another hotel at Old Trafford now.
So apparently so, yeah. Silly bit on in place. We're in Higgins. There was that shot in Mercer's previous over where Smith just danced to it and then had to check the on drive, didn't he? Wasn't quite there, and in checking the shot made sure that he didn't lift it to mid on, but silly mid on. Certainly would have been interested.
He's very, very nearly on the cut strip. Just a left foot is just probably about a foot off the cut strip. Straight as you can get.
Burns got to run the inside of him then to get around him. So Burns has got
He
to.
doesn't have to. He can go outside.
Well, I was wondering why.
Why is he standing there?
Yeah. Watch Burns when Mercer runs in the next time. He's pushed quite a long way inside to go inside of Higgins. Division 2 Derbyshire 158 for 2 at home to Durham, and Worcestershire away at Leicestershire. Team who Middlesex pipped to promotion last year. They're at Oakham School for this one. Leicestershire won the toss, elected to field. Worcestershire are 130 for 7. That's lovely timing. Right, Smith all the way, leaning forward onto that front foot and clipping around it. Partnership's 21 for the third wicket. Smith just starting to get into it now.
Oakham School's Stuart Broader's school there, isn't he? I don't know if he's still there. He's retired now. Frank Hayes was a master there. Physics, I think he did physics, taught physics.
There's that use of the feet again from Smith, this time into the offside. 46 done. Indeed, 47 done. 127 for 2. Yeah, churned them out for a while, didn't they, Leicestershire? Broad, Taylor, good for you. Gurney was Leicestershire lad.
This game's starting to become a little bit like that, about, you know, some of the counties almost being regarded as nurseries for bigger clubs, you know, not buying players up, aren't they? Leicester have always lost players in that way.
There was a period,
Worcester to some extent.
well, yeah, quite. There was a period that got really bad, where there seemed to be a glut of bowlers. Say the Division 1 sides, but the test venue sides. And then all of a sudden, Middlesex spending a wee while in Division 2. There was one good bowler per side, but then there was a whole load of bowlers in Division 1 or at the test venues who were sat on the sidelines each week. A collection of players. That seemed to balance it out for a little while, I did seem to think.
Well, Surrey have always bought up anything going, haven't they?
Yeah.
But Notts are starting to do that.
Yeah.
Do you think Josh Tung's going to Notts now?
Is he?
He's the lad who came up through from Northampton, didn't he?
Mm.
And went to current county and it's the third county.
remember Mark Ramprakash talking about it a fair while back, somewhere around 2008 or so. And he was with Surrey, still playing at the time. I remember him saying how Division 2, the opening attack was pretty good, but then the change bowlers weren't quite up to it. And like I say, I feel that got worse. I remember talking to another player about it who said, Division 2 teams at that point seem to only be able to afford one good bowler. A Premier bowler, not even a Premier opening pair. And the players are getting hoovered up elsewhere, but I do feel that has balanced itself out a little bit, because I think the players found it themselves. They were going for an extra few thousand each year at another county, but weren't getting as many games as they liked.
Well, that's happening a little bit with the franchises, isn't it? With Toby, there's an example last year in that 100 competition.
Well, that's got to be one of the things they have to work out. There was a lot of talk about players that were called up to the 100 but not playing, that they're released back to the counties to play.
Absolutely, it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. I can remember the first year of the 100, we were at Radlett, and with Joe Cracknell coming up there and was kicking around at Radlett, but not allowed to play. It was absurd.
Yep, Cullen Cracknell. There's the use of the feet once again from Smith. This time to Higgins in his 13th over now.
Likewise, Toby Rowan Jones last year signs for London Spirit, doesn't play a game for them, spends 6 weeks. He's our Premier bowler last year.
Yeah.
Spends 6 weeks bowling, I don't know, whatever he's bowled, white ball things in the nets probably, Yorkers and slow ball bounces and things, then has to come back and like pre-season again.
Good stop by Mercer, just a single.
Joe Root goes to play an IPL and sits around. They get, they'll get a fair bit of money for doing that, but what's the point in cricket terms? Well, they learn a lot in IPL about, T20 cricket, and so remind me when India last won a global T20 competition. 2007 is the answer.
The start of the IPL. Was it 2007, 2008 maybe?
Yeah, exactly. It's where when they won the inaugural T20 World Cup, didn't they?
Yeah, the IPL is going to be a difficult one to navigate, isn't it, if they're offering this money to the players. But I just think in this country, if you're not playing in August for a regional team, then you have to be released back to the counties to play.
It's absurd not to do that.
Well, Cracknell lost out on a huge amount of his learning curve there, and you wouldn't want him to miss out on the earnings. If you're called up, and if you're not selected, then you go and play for the county.
Yeah, they'll probably start arguing about what happens if he, if Esky breaks his finger playing for Middlesex, and what happens to his contract, with whomsoever, or who pays that? Who pays him? Do we subtract money pro rata, or
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
But the thing, I remember Stuart, when he was coach here, telling me that Middlesex have never ever been given the opportunity to train under lights here.
Stuart Law as coach?
Yes, and for our blast games, we've never been allowed to train on the middle under lights, and yet as soon as the London Spirit started, they were out training under lights.
Punched at that one, had to reach for it a little, but beautiful timing. Good, great control. 33 for 2.
He doesn't go back foot, does he? He just comes forward, then stands up tall and punches almost on the front foot. They call it on the rise, on the top of the bounce, whatever they want to call it, but it's very much a tall person's shot, that one. Nothing wrong with the delivery.
There's that use of the feet against the onside, which is why silly mid-on's in place, but it's a little controlled clip from Smith. Got as far as Worcestershire's match before cricket here at Lord's distracted us. Worcestershire 135 for 7. They had reached 76 for 1, then 127 for 7. 3 for Mulder, 2 for Scriven. Width on that, punished. Dismissed by Smith, on to 18. And 37 for 2. Net practice that one for Smith, wide outside the off stump with the slope. Full delivery. It's only ever going to be given one treatment. Interested yelp from Merton, nothing more really. Leg side to Smith, trying to help it on its way. Leg by Wilby Signal, end of the 49th. So just past the halfway stage for the day then. 47 remain. 15 overs before tea. But a step across, just going down the leg side. At Headingley, Sussex won the toss, elected to bat this morning. They're only 24 overs into the match. 57 for 4. What do we got there? The black caps. The black caps and the brown caps together. White fern on the side of the World Cup cap. The feathers of the brown caps. There's the scores elsewhere. Quickly tell you that Hampshire is 70 for 4 now. Gubbin's still there on 39, but James has picked up Vince for 22 and Brown for a duck. Begins into his 14th over. Picked up the first wicket to go. That is Sibley today. Gave it a lot of airtime outside the off stump there, just looking to see what he could get out of it. Threatened to swing. In the end, just eased into a channel outside of off for the drive. And 10 overs or so ago. So Middlesex can't really afford for Surrey to reach the 50th over. 1 down. And he got that wicket not long afterwards. 2 down now. Slightly reaching the stage for Middlesex, where he's scrambling for a wicket to keep in with some control. Burns looking very good on 67. Hunting a first century of the season. Smith settling in with him, finding some nice shots for 20. Partnership worth 34 for the third wicket. Good there though from Higgins, isn't it? This is what they've got to do, keep it tight.
I think they're getting where they might just need to say, Josh, come over, settle in at one end and just bang away with your seamers at the other end.
Yeah, so Reminder's going to T, what, 14 overs until T after this? Is that use of the feet again from Smith? Finds a single, squirts away in between cover and point. They've got two close catches in at mid-wicket now for Smith to the right-handed Smith. It'll all change up now for Burns. There you go, look at that. Goodness me, it's like an oil painting in the background there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's nice.
Frame that one and put it in the pavilion. What a scene. Bumper to end the over, resisted by Burns, gets down and underneath it, 141 for 2. Busy old pavilion today as well. We saw that shot of the Allen stand, the World Cup hat with the white fern on the side of it. Surrey brown cap. The pavilion looks well populated. Actually, looking around the ground, the Allen stand looks okay. The Warner regulars are in. Behind Burns there, you can see the grandstand shut today. It's grandstand and Compton shut, being the furthest two away. Warner's always open, as is the Allen, regardless of the position of the pitch. The mound looks pretty well populated as well. Top tier is quite well populated actually, the mound today.
Yeah, there's a lot in the pavilion, aren't there?
Good number of members in for day one generally, especially when it's one of the bigger games as well. And a London derby.
Yeah, they've been a wee bit starved of cricket here, haven't they?
Yeah, and only one more first class game before the season's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not popular, is it? A reduction in games from 16 to 14. And seeing that loss of a couple of games really at Lords. I guess the first class games, Middlesex had always played at least a couple of championship games away from Lords each year. In recent years, I'm talking about, of the 16 championship games. Here's De Carey's then into the attack from the nursery end.
Sooner said than done, but it's probably a good thing to try now. We've got to say bang away with the seams at the other end.
Quite to the pitch of that one. De Carey's likes it right arm round to the right hander. He got James Vince like this at the Aegeus.
Yeah, he's got a big spin of the ball. It's always bemused me why off spinners have always tended to bowl from the pavilion end, and it's counterintuitive as far as I'm concerned, because they say, oh, you're turning the ball down the slope, but actually if the ball spins, the slope isn't that much. There's going to make that much difference how much it turns, but if you're bowling from the pavilion end, the slope will always help it go away from the bat a little bit. If it's not, which is, you know, aiding him here and from around the wicket, particularly to the right hander. I'm not sure I ever saw Fred Titmus bowl a ball from the nursery end. He would vehemently disagree, but I also think part of that was because he was actually bowling downwind, and if anybody did try to hit him, very rarely they'd be hitting into the wind.
It's a single. Into the 51st. 1-4-4 for 2.
I think Graham Swan bowled quite a lot from his test matches in the nursery.
I was just going to say, De Carey's relying a little bit more on bounce than turn. Is he more likely to achieve?
Well, it's more likely to find the outside edge of the bat than the inside, that's for sure at the moment.
Higgins has 2 short middle wickets and a slip crouching down. Deep square back. That's where we want to leave it there. So this could be an interesting contest now. Higgins to Smith. So there you go, deep square set back. Just signing an autograph. No long leg. So it means you've got those 2 middle wickets there, and Higgins will be trying to keep it on a pretty tight line here. Asking him, come on then, come and dance to it. To access that onside. Likewise, outside the off stump, not really wanting to serve up anything that he can crack away in between cover and cover point. Just the one slip in place, tightly knit in front of the bat. A clear ploy to Smith here. There you go. Strokes it into that onside. Just asking Smith, come and force it if you want to, but if you do force it, then those 2 close catches in the onside ready and waiting. Inside edge. Brings a run. Doesn't bring the breakthrough for Middlesex, but again, this is where he's just trying to probe. Plod away really at this stage. More orthodox for Burns. Slip in a gully. Points, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket and long leg. And goes short. Burns hooks him. Bisects the 2 back, long leg and deep square. Into the 70s, 149 for 2.
Not too challenging really, wasn't that one?
No, I'm a little surprised that he's gone for it. Higgins has gone for it, I should say, rather than Burns. It's the old 2010 Ian O'Brien theory. Long leg and a deep square for Burns. There goes another one. End of the over, 52 done. 149 for 2, Surrey. Partnership approaching 50, 94th the second wicket. Burns and Latham. See Smith actually, that scoring rate there, 24 from 45, 24 of the partnership. Burns has been slowed up slightly. This might be something that's got to give moment really for Carey's versus Smith in particular, I think. This is a period where they'll want to be scoring runs, Surrey. The run rate has climbed up to nearly 2.9. Well knit onside field, the fielder at 45, square leg. Straightish mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket and long on. .150 up for Surrey, 150 for 2. Really good footing in the match, with the visitors having been put in this morning. Be enjoying this. Josh de Carey's 7 for at the Aegeus. Bowled here in the blast, of course, but wouldn't have really had a bowl with a red ball in hand. Taking on the slope in a different type of game, a different challenge. Just seems to love his cricket, Josh de Carey's. Whatever he's doing, said all action in the field with the ball.
Great enthusiast, isn't he?
It's great to see, isn't it? Doesn't half help if you enjoy your job. .53 done, 151 for 2.
The enjoyment of doing what you're doing and understanding how fortunate you are to be doing something that other people pay and build up for the weekend to play. Recreational. It's a great privilege, actually.
We've got 10 overs until tea after this. What's going to give before the interval? Another 30 runs, 180 for 2 at tea. Just forcing it up over the 2.84 that it stands at the moment, the run rate. Burns still be playing the long game. He's thinking about his century here. But not in any selfish way, opening the innings. Laying down the foundation, being the rock of the innings. Keeping the pressure onto the host with not only every run that he scores, but every ball that he faces. 150 deliveries faced now. Short again. Pulled in front of de Carey's at deep square. A couple more.
You didn't pick that one up in the outfield there very quickly. It's one of those. Which way's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? In front of square. He was half expecting it to be coming at him in the air.
We'll get a wicket with the bumper now, but it almost feels like it's a get-out shot for Surrey at the moment to me. Just dropping it in short. They are asking more questions, I think. Particularly Smith, but also they've slowed up Burns, as we've seen in this partnership. Oh, now that gets through. Rare full stroke in this innings from Burns. Picks him up a boundary. Frustration grows for the hosts.
Just chased that wideish one. It's cleared the slips. I don't think it was a chance, was it?
Robson's effectively standing at second slip, isn't he? It was third's catch, where the one there.
Yeah, either went through them or over his head. I couldn't quite.
I think it would have been catchable height for third slip if it was there. But he's a wide slip, Robson. That's beautifully bowled. Good follow-up from Higgins. That's what that shot previously from Burns. You know, he's got the bounce that he's put away from 4 for Higgins. Got a couple on the pull in this over already. And was given that little bit of width and threw the hands at one that wasn't quite there for it, nearly paid the price. So I just think I'm not sure about the bouncer at the moment. Sort of particularly pacey surface, this one. Which can work one of two ways. End of the over, 157 for 2. That was the big theory here in the test match, wasn't it? If it was a 2-pace pitch, then you know the bumper can be affected because you don't quite know. Top edge is coming into play.
Yeah, it's true up to a point, isn't it? But if you know, there's a difference between a tactic and a strategy, isn't there? And if your sole strategy is just literally banging it in halfway down, whatever pace you're bowling, and hoping somebody will hit it up in the air, that's a strange way to play the game.
As I say, it feels strangling them at the moment is a better bet. This man's going to be a key part of it to Carey's. He's gone for 12 of his first 4. I'd like him to get that one down. Just a single brings Burns onto strike. There's our numberless sub-fielder there. Is that Blake Cullen? No. He's got the shoulders of Cullen, but I don't think it is him. Actually, maybe it is Cullen. He's got quite those broad shoulders of a quick bowler. Cullen's at Teddington, so it's not him. Noah Cornwall. He's very much got a... looks very similar to Cullen, doesn't he, in that, those shoulders.
Yeah.
The upright, straight spine. Nice bit of flight. Inside edge, I think, was one of the issues there for De Carey's, but awful long way down as well, Burns.
It's a shot he plays, but you see it's only a short clip to the leg side sort of slug sweep, isn't it, down there?
Mid-wicket's just come a little bit straighter on the boundary, Holden. That was floated up outside off. Deep backwards ground, Holden at mid-wicket. Yeah, he's just crept a few yards along on the rope. Straight mid-wicket in on the single, catching as well.
Yeah, the whole length of the mound stand is vacant.
.54 done, 158 for 2. Oh, there he is. Who's he preaching to now? Angus Fraser is alongside me on the mic for that finale at Northwood. Neither he nor I knew either that it was 2 runs for 8 points in that game. We saw each other afterwards and he said to me, "I'm glad I didn't know." Imagine the drama then. Lovely shot. Glorious from Smith, that. 158 for 2. Smith on to 26. In fact, 162 for 2. Just overpitched by Higgins. Just a little bit of width. That's the spot. Let's keep it there. You're asking Smith in some ways to score off the stumps here, aren't you? Which isn't the biggest claim in the world, is it? So there is a wicket that the test match, Australia have lost a 4th. They are 183 for 4 it is. There we go, that's what we're talking about. Smith off the stumps, pushing that one away into the offside. There's one really covering the offside, blocking the drive, but just asking him to find a way to score either side or through those 2 in at mid-wicket. That's the interesting one.
Wicket for Moeen Ali.
Labuschagne as well, gone for 51. That's a huge wicket. Let's get a single there, Smith. 63 for 2. That's a solid start for England, isn't it? Not spectacular, but solid. 183 for 4. Got a chance to really restrict them in this innings, but as you say, Australia bat a long, long way down. Mitchell Marsh joining head on 44.
Probably the most disrespected England cricketer of my time, Mona. I mean, it's extraordinary how people still think he's a part-time bowler. And
oh, now Burns comes down the track and he's gone. Nicks it through. Sharp catch by Holden. Burns' first real chance he's offered. Edge flew through a vacant slip in the previous over from Higgins. This time he goes for 79, a crucial breakthrough for Middlesex. Surrey skipper departs.
well, that's a big wicket, isn't it? Because he was really in for the long haul there, wasn't he?
Down the track to it, didn't quite get to the pitch. A little bit of movement.
That's kind of the flaw in Rory Burns' technique there, isn't it? He's come down the pitch, he's actually been looking to work that leg side. His bat's come across his body, it's all skewed, and actually a good catch because he's not been pushing outside off stump, he's been working that to leg, so a sharp catch. His bat will come right across his body. Yeah, that was a good catch because sometimes you can anticipate, I'm guessing, a little bit. The ball's down the outside off stump and they're pushing at it there, but if somebody's working to the leg, you're a little bit blinded by it.
Oh, that pitch just keeps getting better, doesn't it? It's a little bit better for Middlesex now with the third wicket down. But here's a man who could be forgiven for wishing he was somewhere else today. Ben Foakes walks out to the middle. One of the few players that you'd perhaps say that of, or anybody in the ground today, actually.
Yeah, I think it was a travesty. I still do. You know, they traded England of competing in this series, but they've been taking. You need all the help you can get, and they've squandered too many chances against Australians. There's no guarantee you take every single chance that's going, but it doesn't have to give the bowlers confidence when you know you've got to just take 10 wickets in innings and not 15.
Dot ball to begin for Foakes. 163 for 3. Higgins picks up Burns. Massive wicket in this innings. Already feels as though it's a pretty big wicket for the match, because he felt set there, didn't he? Burns, he felt like he was playing the long game, but Higgins with the first wicket to go, the latest to go as well. He's got both the openers.
Yeah, I mean, I was in for the long game. Did it look a little bit as if he was trying to get more expansive? He had a flash at that one that went over slips. He pulled 4 in the previous over, and he was down the pitch at that one, looking to work it. So maybe trying to become a little bit more proactive. But
8 overs to tea. Middlesex will be greedy ahead of tea right now. Not just for the prospect of cake to come. As we said, Surrey go a long way down, but half an hour to tea. to grab one more at 4 down. It's be a nervous little moment until tea for Surrey, wouldn't there? Because if they were to walk off 5 down, all of a sudden a session that has been so dominant would be falling apart for them. It's thinking a long way ahead though. Middlesex would love just one more. It's a lovely shot by Smith. 167 for 3. Dominated the scoring in the partnership with Burns, which perhaps led to that wicket, because the run rate has increased to 2.9.
Just cuffed that ball away, hasn't he? Almost a little bit of topspin on it.
Reminds
Like
me,
a topspin forehand. Hockey shot almost.
reminds me very much of Owie Shah. He always had a distinctive drive like that.
Yeah, Kevin did too. Kevin Peterson spun it along the ground, got extra overspin on it, ran out more too doing that.
End of the over, 167 for 3. Always used to call it the Shah slap. He used to that one, as you say, he rolls the wrist a little bit more on it. But there was also, if his eyes lit up outside that off stump, goodness me, did he crunch it?
No, I was just talking a moment ago about Moeen Ali and how disrespected I think he's been by people in large over the years. You know, calling him a part-time spinner. It's only Derek Underwood and Graham Swan have got more wickets ringing than as a spinner than Moeen Ali. Over 200 Test match wickets. You know, I last year I think I asked Mike Brearley, who you think would know, how many wickets do you think Mo's got? He thought about 90. So he's got nearly 200 Briz, and he didn't know that. He's about 20 runs shy of 3,000 Test match runs. Yeah, that's a considerable cricketer, and he's somebody who's always been, you know, moved up and down. He's batted everywhere from 1 to 8, is it, or 9, I think.
Yeah.
Here he is at number 3 now.
Here's Helm. Stoneman sensing a moment, perhaps, just before tea on the first day, bringing Helm back. Yeah, and I think he's expressed his disappointment over the years, hasn't he, with that Mo, that he feels messed around.
Yeah, I think that the reason Mo left Test cricket, I think, is almost all to do with how he felt he'd been treated by England over the years, and enough is enough.
Single to get off the mark for Folkes, out to deep square.
Even in this Test match, he's batting at 3, and I know he's gone along and said, I'll bat at 3, but he's only doing it to protect other players in the side from, you know, you start the series off with Harry Brook batting at 3, and he didn't cut it in the first game, so now he's down the order, and Mo, instead of saying to Harry, no, you've got to, you're 3, you get on with it and make it work. We'll have Mo come in. Doesn't much matter to Mo's career if he bats 3 or wherever now. But he's doing it to protect other people. The person best qualified to bat at 3 is Joe Root. We get back to Ben Folkes. I think one of the reasons that they're so keen to back Johnny Bairstow isn't let's just back Johnny because we think he's the best person to do it. It's because if you don't back him anymore, it's tantamount to admitting you got it wrong. And nobody likes to be seen to be having got something wrong.
Yeah, there was always the great thing with the Australian side that they built. Did they build it that way? That it was harder to get into the side than it was to get out.
There's a bit of that, you know. feel that there's a certain lack of accountability, if you like. It doesn't matter if you get out as long as you get out in the right way.
End of the over.
Yeah,
68 for
Rory Burns getting out there, right? That would have been all right because he's gone down the pitch and he's trying to work a run leg side and he's been caught at slip. That's okay because he's got out in the right way. If he'd have just been pushing at that ball and caught at slip, that would be the wrong way. I'm talking now about in the eyes of
I was just
current
considering.
England setup.
I was just considering the partnership. You know that Smith was dominating the scoring in the partnership, and did Burns and should Burns have let that get to him if it did? Because for me, the pressure was heaping onto Middlesex.
Yeah, definitely.
So when you lose your wicket in that fashion at that point, as I say, it's clutching a little bit for Middlesex, but there's certainly the possibility that they take one more now, and just that little build up to tea becomes nervy for Surrey.
Yeah, one more wicket, it suddenly doesn't look quite such a bad insertion, does it? It's gone way down the hill, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, watchfully done by folks, just slid away in front of him. Speaking of giving away wickets, Kent are all out. 207 at Chelmsford, having won the toss. 3 for Porter, 3 for Cook, 1 for Bracewell, 1 for Harmer, 1 for Critchley. Oh, now Carey's very nearly in the game there. Couple down to the vacant deep third.
That's because he was pushing that one towards mid-off. Down the pitch a little bit. Pushing towards mid-off, got the outside edge.
Bringing in a second slip for folks. Helm stepping in alongside. Pretty sure that's Ryan Higgins, or that's usually Robson. Takes Higgins. Let's single out to Milan at deep point. End of the over, 171 for 3. Compton got 47 before he was caught and bowled by Harmer, his 1 wicket. There was 27 for Leaning, 31 for Cox, 34 for Stewart. 45 deliveries, 2 sixes in there. Kent all done for 207. Again, a game that both sides here will have an eye on. Essex sat just behind Surrey. Kent sat just above Middlesex. So we'll start the over for folks. The team sat just above Kent are Nottinghamshire, and Hampshire are having a bit of a time of it at Trent Bridge. Only 34 overs gone there, they had a delay. But they're 84 for 6, and Gubbins has now gone for 49, bowled Patterson. Only Gubbins and Vince have reached double figures, 84 for 6. 3 for James, 1 apiece for Patterson, Petman and Hutton.
Another look at a ball change here, potential.
Yes, please, umps. Go and have a look at that one. Helm waits. Bad match for Hampshire there. Will pretty much put to bed any final aspirations they have of mounting a title charge, I'd imagine, this year. Would be if it goes horribly wrong, a 4th defeat.
Still got to crack on with that one. It's a strange thing, this, right? Because the changing of the ball, or trying to change it, because what they will do is change it if sometimes it doesn't go through the ring because it's expanded a little bit, not because it's gone out of shape, and that's wrong. The ball will expand. The temperature or the moisture will make it expand a little bit sometimes.
It's pulled hard. Good shot from Smith. They've set the fields for Smith quite clearly. It wasn't that short from Helm.
Didn't actually get up, did it, properly?
Actually, it was that short from Helm. It just didn't get up properly.
No, no.
Didn't realise quite how short that was.
So the umpire showed me last year that
Same again. Shoved over those 2 mid-wickets for 4, and I don't mean that disrespectfully.
that's such a good shot, isn't it? That's a classy shot.
Look at that.
It's a short arm sort of jab,
Yeah.
swivel.
Ushered over mid-wickets.
Putting another man out there now.
On to 43. Onto the hip again, just a single to deep square. So yeah, 3 back. And we've got that mid-wicket and mid-on.
This umpire last year showed me the box of replacement balls, and he said they test them every day. And he said these particular balls we tested one evening, and every single ball went through the rings. The following morning we retested them, and only half of them went through the rings. Now that's a function of temperature, moisture, all sorts, isn't it?
Because I was going to say, the moisture you can understand, because the cricketers out there are perennially adding more and more moisture to the ball through their sweat now. It used to be saliva. But they're constantly putting more and more moisture into the ball, which tells you it's going to...
atmospheric or whatever it is, but you know, that's my point, that the ball won't go through the rings not because it's out of shape, but because it's just expanded a little
Come on,
bit.
lads, let's get some more sweat on it. It's not doing much, this ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, timing on that's better than I thought. Murtagh is not going to... Oh, that was painful.
He's giving it his best shot, isn't he, there?
Poor old fella. Let's have another look. Oh, no. Oh, no.
He's not going to get
No.
He's not going to do
Keep
it.
going, keep going.
No,
Oh, I'm going to have to
no.
go for it, aren't I?
Oh.
Oh. Pardon? Shouldn't laugh. 60 bowled, 185 for 3.
Shot all the way up the middle.
Wily old fella that he is, he'd have had a fair bet that down the hill that's going to keep going. He's not going to have a chance. Just kept him interested right to the last.
Yeah, you've got to look like you're interested, haven't you? And then last minute you thought, I'm going to have to go with this. Go ball, go on.
Good stop by De Carey's. Oh, Sloman sliding in behind him. They have stopped the single. Well done. Smith on 44. Just the little things like that. A fair play Mercer for going for it with chuckling away, but good on him. Oh, he's rolling up his sleeve, having a look at his shoulder at the moment, Mertz. A good shot. Should just be a single. It's a really good stop that by Peter Milan, because it is down the hill all the way. So it's keeping its pace the majority of the way to him. Funny the difference a run per over can make Last week, it's not even a full run. Last week, Northamptonshire was scoring at what, 2.18, 2.19 through that first innings. Sorry, going at 0.8, 0.9 more. But this is a really intriguing first day. It's been made that a little bit more intriguing though by the dismissal of Burns. End of the over. We have 2 more to tea, 3 more to tea. 35 left of the day. 186 for 3. Sorry, we're just 1 down at lunch. As much as Middlesex will dearly love 1 more before the interval, I feel a little bit better about this scoreboard, but this is a dangerous partnership. We can score at a fair rate of knots. Ethan Bamber restored to the pavilion end after his relegation to the nursery. Interesting, actually. I don't think Higgins has had a go from the nursery today, has he?
No.
And they've only got 1 mid-wicket in place now for Bamber to Smith. This is what it's all been about, really, to all of the bowlers. That little use of the feet, that dance to the track.
Tell you what, he left a little bit of a gap there as he came down the pitch, and the ball just came down the hill a fraction. Could easily have missed that one.
Long leg and deep square are back. It's a 5-full field, so just 1 mid-wicket and mid-on. There you go. Single out to deep square. Might have not even been a single if that fielder was up at the finer of the 2 mid-wickets. Bamber, that slightly quicker bowler, so that's why the long legs drop back. Higgins didn't have a long leg, he had 2 mid-wickets in there. Slip and gully. Point cover mid-off. Bowled well today, Bamber. Really good economy. Number 22 and his 14th over, 5 maidens. Outstanding job for his side. Again, couldn't really have asked much more from him today because they haven't been balls hanging away outside the off stump. Been there or thereabouts, asking the bats to play the vast majority. Folk steps away. Somebody's up to no good in the pavilion. Who is it now? Right up at the top, they're wandering around. Is that a little bit higher up there, or is it door's been open on the middle balcony? Shut now. One's come of the over and then 2 till tea. Surrey session still, no doubt about it. Middlesex have a chance. Try and get that run rate down again. Where have they let it creep up to 3s? Carries number 21 from 8. Bamber, the most economical of the lot. Higgins has gone at 3s, 2 for 52 from 17. Mert has gone at 2.6, number 29 from 11. Helm, 1 for 55 from 12, going at 4.58. There it is. Just an expensive start from Helm that he's had to claw back ever since. 3 boundaries got away in his first 2 overs, I think it was.
Yeah, that wasn't the start he would have liked. Took the pressure off a little bit.
Holden remaining busy in the covers. Interesting, he's usually backward point Holden, isn't he? But cover. Single taken just wide of deep mid on, 188 for 3. In fact, was it yourself last week, or was it Gus was nattering 2, and one of the 2 of you were saying about how cover used to be the gun fielder and then it became backward point.
We were talking about that last time, weren't we? And I mean, principle really, you put the best fielder where you think the ball's going to go ought to be the premise.
Well, I was just musing that. Is that why Holden at the moment said extra cover rather than backward point? Because
yeah, they're more likely to moment go there, isn't it? Don't know if that's their reasoning, but that would be a logical thing for me.
Especially as De Carries is around the wicket, he's now over the wicket. I don't think they're immediately going to change Holden back to backward point. Helm, who was there, moves to a more a deep gully.
So Graham Roop, who used to play for Surrey and was one of the best catchers of the ball you ever saw. Wonderful slip field, but he was also a great catcher of the ball everywhere. So you put Graham Root where you thought the ball might go in the air. And that might not be slip, that might be mid-wicket or wherever, short mid-wicket. But you put him there because you knew that he was a human flypaper. Sadly died a long time ago now. The story about him actually was called Cyril, known as Cyril. And that's, I don't know whether you've ever seen a movie called The Final Test with Jack Warner in it. It's like it's a black and white movie about an old England cricketer who comes back and plays, and written by Terence Rattigan, I think. Anyway, it's got England cricketers actually in it. People like Godfrey Evans and Len Hutton and Jim Lake and people like that are actually in the movie. Cyril Washbrook. And there's this one scene where there's a dressing room scene at the Oval, the final test, and this batter goes out who's not one of the England stars who's in it, he's the actor, and he goes out to play, to bat, and he goes out to join Cyril Washbrook out in the middle, and Ray Lindwall is bowling, and this thing cartwheels his stumps out the ground. So there's a little gap, and Cyril Washbrook then, with his cap tipped on his head to slightly tilted, he comes back into the dressing room, at which the next batter in is this actor. So, is it turning, Cyril? It's just been bowled on Ray Lindwall, and he says no, it was just a bad shot, and that was for ages and ages. That's what Graham Root could feel nothing else but, is it turning, Cyril? And that's why he became Cyril.
Another Middlesex cricketer of recent years had that nickname, Cyril. Stephen Finn.
Is that right?
probably some similar shenanigans, but I don't know what the story was, how he got the nickname. Come back in a little to folks.
Jack Warner was, Dixon of Top Green was playing this former England cricketer brought back the final test, and when he played that part, he was at least 58 years old. Yeah.
Check that one, folks. I'll definitely have seen it over the years.
Yeah, it's a black and white movie. He plays a character's called, not Harry Palmer, that's Crestfire, it's Palmer anyway. Sam Palmer. And he runs a pub. He wears a cardigan behind the bar. Brought back for the final test.
Last ball from the pavilion end before tea. If that's... yeah, it is. There's still another... Indeed, it's last ball before tea. My apologies, that is. 32 left for the day. So, Surrey take the session. Middlesex take a little bit of initiative at the end, I'd suggest.
Yeah, Smith's played really well, hasn't he, here? Composed innings, pushed along. Surrey still poised. They've got a lot of batting to come. And the pitch is playing very well. Another 16 overs to another new ball.
Well, mine turns a little to that 7 for the Roland Jones took with the second new ball against Essex. It feels as though Middlesex have got to keep it really tight to that second new ball and hope that somebody can play that Roland Jones role.
That's right, they have to chip away, don't they? So Ethan Bamber's 15 overs for 22. I mean, that's terrific economy rate. Tom's been a little bit expensive, but did get that wicket. Important wicket.
There we go. There's the scene. It gets better every time, doesn't it? That oil painting out the back there. Anyway, right, we'll go and get some tea. Thanks to Mike Selvey, myself, Kevin Ham. We'll be back just before 4:21 when play will resume here at Lord's. Middlesex getting a couple of wickets in that session. Need a couple more pretty quickly after tea, ideally, but that second new ball not too far away. Sorry, in a good position here. They've been put in there, 189 for 3. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Here we go for the final session of the first day, a day that belongs to the visitors. So far, toss won by the hosts, but 189 for 3 at tea is a score Surrey will be pretty content with. 1 wicket down in the morning session, a good morning for the visitors after a fine enough bowling performance by Middlesex. But Burns and Latham doing a good job of steering things after the early loss of Sibley. Latham going not too long into the afternoon session, but crucially just before tea, half an hour or so before tea. Burns, a little dance to the track, didn't quite get there, dance to the pitch, didn't quite get there, and nicked through to Holdham. Just opens a little bit of a door here for Middlesex. All of a sudden, if they can put 2 on the board quickly after tea, then the day starts to look a little better for them, especially with that second new ball. Well, 16 overs away as it is at the moment. 189 for 3. Smith looking good. 47 from 75. This man looking to keep some control for Middlesex. Josh de Carey's. Slip, backward point, deep cover, extra cover. Deepish mid off, Tim Mercer warming up, long on. See if that's the deep cover. Deep mid wicket and a square leg. Stoneman the skipper at mid wicket, orchestrating things. Mercer looks as though he's warming up for a spell. He hasn't bowled from the pavilion end yet today, and that was where on this same track he went well against Kent earlier in the season. Wonder will we see the same for Mercer here now this afternoon. Cloud cover's just rolled in a bit. Don't think we'll see the sun for a while. Not heavy though. Depends. Over the back of the Warner there's not too much. Well, not really a slither of blue, nor the back of the pavilion. The back of the grandstand where the flag's pointing towards us from. Lovely shot that. And it squirts through Milan for a boundary. Really good shot. Pressure on the fielder, down the hill all the way. Running along that boundary and running out of room fast. It's Peter Milan. Oh. Actually a worse effort than I thought. Welcome back, Mike Selfie. His last ball of the over. And the dot ball to mid wicket. 194 for 3. Apologies, Self. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah. They should have done better with that one, Peter Milan. Did all the hard work and threw it over the rope. Change of ends for Tim Mercer, as you suggested, and see how he operates. John Simpson up to the stumps, as he has been for much of the day, to Mercer. Smith really nicely, hasn't he? Just a competent innings. I like the way he gives it the full face of the bat. Hits it back where it comes from, hits it down the ground.
Feels like an important spell, this. I wonder can Mercer nick the pavilion end from Higgins and Bamber and Helm when the second new ball comes around. See how it goes from me. Wobbled it nicely against Kent from the pavilion end. Hoping the pitch plays the same way for him in this one. Perfect Tim Mercer surface that Kent track was described as. On the spot straight away.
maybe the same 22-yard strip, but it'll be way drier underneath now than it was back in April. And it's the bottom side of the square also in April. The bulk of the moisture would have been down the bottom end of the square rather than the top end. What do you call it square? It's nothing but. Nothing like square, is it? That's what we call it the square, don't we?
Do you reckon they just didn't have many tracks in the old days and it was a square?
Maybe it was a square, I don't know. Quirky thing of cricket. Wasn't Tony Kozer who described Queen's Park Oval as, like its name suggests, absolutely round?
Bowled. This is a good start from Mercer at the pavilion end. And slightly at his back and across, and as I said, the MCC flag, well, it was almost pointing to us a few moments ago from atop the grandstand. It's more pointing directly across to Old Father Time, blowing across the ground at the moment. That's all. To shape it away from the right-hander up the slope.
Yeah, wind's come round to more northwest now, isn't it?
Was it Tony Kozer as well who just amusingly really gave away the password for the media Wi-Fi at the Oval a few years back in a series against South Africa, I think it was.
He was what a wonderful man he was. Great commentator. An absolute pleasure. I had a lot of test matches with Tony Kozer. Absolute delight to work with. And he held some great parties in Barbados too.
Was that the picture where I saw you with the guitar out?
No, not that one. He had a beach house on the east coast, lovely beach house, and every test match there was a big party there.
What a life to live, eh?
Oh, life well lived goes here, I can tell you. Yeah, great company.
Wonderful voice to listen to. Some good signs there for Mercer in that over. A maiden start up after tea from the pavilion, and his third maiden in 12, none for 29, but I felt there were some indications there that everything that they wanted Mercer to do on this pitch, it looks as though there's a chance of doing it up at that pavilion end. Try and challenge both edges of the bat. That was it. I think the password for the media Wi-Fi was What was Hobbs' record score? Was it 2? Oh, look, whatever it was, but I think that was what the password was, and he was just discussing it. And that's what the password, of course, is for the media Wi-Fi for this. And of course, it went all around the Oval. So quick change of password.
The bandwidth disappeared immediately.
Yeah. Hobbs 211 was it, maybe? I think was the password. I wonder, is it a gentle discussion at tea? By the way, Rocky, Mertz hasn't had a go from the pavilion end so far today. Reckon it's worth a go?
You'll be queuing up there now. You're nice. Kev says you've all got a bowl at the pavilion. Nobody bowled this end. It's all for you up at the...
Yeah, exactly. That's it, Mercer's done as a nursery end bowler. Just a couple off it. That's what they want from him at the moment. Rush through a couple of quiet, quick, cheap overs. Number 30 off 11 to carries, 196 for 3. Surrey, a bowling point for Middlesex, 50 indeed, 54 more runs for a batting point for Surrey. Again, that feels wrong, doesn't it? They've done extremely well today, Surrey. 196 for 3, and they're still 54 runs away from a batting point. Here's Mercer to Smith on 49.
Graham Gooch tells a story about a favourite piece of cosier commentary that he had. It was from Sabina Park and Patrick Patterson's bowling, and Cosier's commentary went something like sort of Patterson from the Hiddley stand in, runs in, short Gooch hooks through to Dujon, no run.
Is there any bats involved in that? I don't think so. I was going to tap his leg. Smith remains on 49. .197 for 3. There is something about the accents from the Caribbean, though, that you could listen to any of the islanders say anything.
Well, the thing about Kosier, of course, was that everybody who didn't know him assumed that he was a black Bayesian. He wasn't. He was a white Bayesian. They were just surprised when they saw him, and why should they be? But they were.
He'd lament the fall of West Indies cricket now, wouldn't he? Didn't qualify for the World Cup. Took a bit of a beating in the last Test match, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think the World Cup will be a big, well, huge for the Caribbean cricket. Not getting into that. That's such an impact, won't it?
Well, it will. Fraction low, run out chance, non-striker's end. Where did that ball end up? It hit, who did it hit? Smith hit his bat. I think he'd have got back. Higgins had to come a long way around from mid-wicket to backward square.
It's the second time they've had a little bit of miscommunication, isn't it?
Folks walks down the track, prods at the surface. It's a quick word with Smith. West Indies beaten by an innings and 141 runs inside 3 days at Dominica. Ashwin with 12 for 131. Centuries for Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma. The over, 68 done, 28 remain today, 197 for 3. There you see that cloud cover. The back of the Warner and the Pavilion, brighter away in the distance behind the Allen.
Middlesex is over, they've gone back to parity now. They're happy with that anyway. -2 at one time.
The other big job this man has to do. It's amazing how few overs they bowled in the Test match at this stage. Both started at 11 this morning, no interruptions in either match. 12 overs behind this game. Only 57 overs bowled so far at Old Trafford. Extraordinary, isn't it?
He's gone back round the wicket again, hasn't he? Did he go round the wicket to... did he go over the wicket to Smith, or was this to Foakes?
There's the 50. From 90 deliveries for Smith, 198 for 3. 112 minutes and a raise of the bat. It's the away dressing room and around Lords. 7 fours, been a fluent innings from Smith. At a good rate. Dominated the partnership with Burns. Ooh, yes, no again from Foakes and Smith. And their answers to Kerry's question. Well, your answer.
It must have just been to Foakes. That was a pretty accomplished 50, that, wasn't it? I can scarcely blemish on the record.
Bristly worked. Would have mid on for a single. 199 for 3. Let's have a quick check on the scores elsewhere. Essex are 22 without loss after Kent were bowled out for 207 at Chelmsford today. Kent had elected to bat. Somerset 228 for 4 at Northamptonshire. 70 for Dixon, he's gone. The latest to go, Kohler Cadmore gone for 43 from 42. Rue still there on 9. 4 wickets for White. Picked up the top 4, Lallenby, Dixon, Abel and Bartlett. Sanderson in on the act now with a wicket of Kohler Cadmore. So that actually changed. I was reading it because I said they're 4 down, they're 5 down now, aren't they? 4 for White and 1 for Sanderson. So 2, 3, 3 for 5 Somerset. Hampshire 128 for 7. Fuller's still there on 36. Barker's gone for 4. Morgan has 8. Nottinghamshire winning the toss at Trent Bridge this morning. And Lancashire 196 for 7. Balderson has 50. Bailey has 24. Davis tumbling there to make the stop. Folks moves to 17. Smith 50. Surrey 200 for 3. In the 70th. Good start to the match here from visitors. 416 deliveries. Run rate 2.88. Middlesex would very much like to get that down between now and the second new ball. That'll be part of the challenge for them if they're not taking wickets. Derbyshire 232 for 3 against Durham in Division 2, and Worcestershire 178 for 9. Somebody must have retired hurt because Leicestershire are 2 for 1 at Grace Road. It's giving Finch not out 16 and Pennington not out 20, not indicating a retired hurt, retired out.
Quite a good batting track up there this year, isn't it?
At Grace Road, yeah. Oh, this is Oakham, of course, isn't it? Oakham School.
Oakham
yeah,
School, yes, absolutely.
I think I said Grace Road, apologies.
Yeah, that's me not thinking either. I mean, talking about Grace, Oakham School and Stuart Broad and
Just took his 600th wicket, didn't he?
yeah.
Watched it at tea, head holding out.
1,300 wickets, him and Jimmy.
Fair few years between them as well. How long can Broad go on for?
Well, blimey. All I can say is that when it's time, you kind of know.
It's funny because you watch him here in the Nottinghamshire match. Is that the short run up from Mercer? Into the over, 200 for 3. Yeah, he did crank it up at the end when Middlesex were chasing those runs, and Nottinghamshire chasing victory, having declared and given Middlesex a bold target on the final day of the game. Decided to crank it up then, but throughout the match and throughout the championship season, he obviously bowls within himself, doesn't he, and saves it for England.
That's exactly right. It just keeps it ticking over. Yeah, it's not a Nottinghamshire cricketer, he's an England cricketer.
Other score to tell you of: Sussex, who won the toss at Headingley. They're off for rain again, but Sussex 62 for 5. Alsop not out on 30, and Hudson Prentice with 4 when the rain fell. 3 for Fisher, 2 for Code. That gets through between extra cover and mid-off. Lovely shot. Smith on 54.
It's just that top spinner again, isn't it? Through the offside. A lot of players when they drive certainly give it full face, and they often give it a little bit of a slice on it too. That's the natural inclination for cricketers to do that, but rolls his wrists over rather than under.
Use of the feet. Smith moves to 60. Surrey moves to 211 for 3. Carey's in his 13th over. He's doing a good job here, but Surrey equally will know if they can hit him out of the attack. And then Middlesex have a little way to scrape through to that second new ball. 12 off the over. 212 for 3, sorry. Test match in play at the moment as well in Gaul. Close of play, day 4. Pakistan 48 for 3, requiring 83 more runs for victory against Sri Lanka. Goodness me. Bit of a mess at the top there. 8 for Shafiq, 7 for Masood.
What day of that match is it?
That was stumps on day 4. Night watchman sent in by the looks of it and run out. 7 deliveries.
You've been to
I haven't. It's Gaul that has the castle around the outside. The what do they call it? The battle.
It's one of the biggest sort of roundabouts, in the middle of a roundabout, respectively. It's got the ramparts at the back of the castle, yeah. The Dutch fort. I played there once. It's the most uncomfortable I've ever been on a cricket field.
Kicks off the foot of Mercer.
Deflection there, wasn't he, onto the stump?
Yeah. The heat?
No, actually it wasn't really the heat, it was the humidity and the lack of any wind at all. It was so unusual to have played in many hot places and been perfectly okay. But this particular morning, it was, you know, if you've been in a sauna and you pour water on the stone, you know, and then you breathe in, it was like that. It was scalding your lungs, scalded your lungs.
Oh. Don't be late on deck and get sent around to do a few laps of the track by the coach.
Well, I mean, I literally couldn't go more than two or three overs. It was excruciating. And then after an interval, there was a bit of a breeze came. I think it was perfectly all right. I've never ever felt anything like that before since.
Saw Tom Helm warming up in the background there. In fact, he's ready to go, isn't he?
Yep.
Part of my mind just turns to Sam Robson and thinks that we'll just give him an over or two. From the nursery end, two right-handers, assuming that they're withdrawing. Higgins is warming up as well, assuming that they're withdrawing. De Caro, what it looks as though they could be withdrawing both of them.
They did. They'll have to nick another one out before the rules do, that's for sure.
Just tickling around nicely at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. There's really no demons in the pitch or the bowling particularly at the moment. The ball's done very, very little. Good batting surface now, good batting conditions, sun's out. Any residual moisture there might have been at the start of the play would have gone by now.
Into the 72nd, 8 to the second new ball.
John Helm definitely going to have another go from the nursery end.
Where he began this morning.
Yeah.
Better spell came at the pavilion end, but no particular reason why the nursery end shouldn't be as successful for Helm. And for 55 off 12, I think we could probably say that opening spell without thinking, wasn't it? Was it 5 overs he made in the end, done for 23?
I can't remember. There were certainly three boundaries in the first 10
In the first,
balls,
yeah.
weren't
Yeah, so he tightened it up.
there?
Overs 4 and 5, number 23 from 5. Which means he then had 7 overs, 1 for 22. 32 indeed, from the pavilion end.
This is going to be banging it halfway down time, isn't it? 3 out on the fence.
Yeah, he's just given the hand signal to
yeah.
Mercer to drop back there,
Yeah.
hasn't he? There we go. First ball's bumped in. So long leg, deep backward square, deep middle wicket, around towards square. 6-3 field on the onside. So they've got 3 out. You can see the long leg there, deep backward square legs just out of the shot in front of the Warner stand there, and then there's a deep mid wicket as well, and then there's the 3 in. Square leg mid wicket, and Mercer, who did its Bamber, my apologies, not Mercer, a mid on, who was just given the signal, drop back slightly. Keeps that off the hip, single down to long leg. So deep third, points and mid off. Interesting how trends begin and pick up pace. It's banging a bit of the short stuff.
I think those boundary fields are too deep, to be honest. It's a long way down there.
Even just
For a
that
miss-
last
for a
little
miss
clip
hit,
there.
you know.
Yeah.
That's what they're hoping for.
Over the top of that one nicely. Single. I was going to say, even on that previous one, that little clip off the hip, you almost feel as though it's worth having a leg gully if that's the tactic you're going to go for. Then have somebody in. Yeah, you'd have a slip in if you were pitching it full and outside the off stump. If you're pitching it short on the body, stick a leg gully in.
So you got, say 7-2, so that's 6-3, so third man only, very deep third. Fine, very fine down there. Because that's for the uppercut.
Yeah. Just need the 3 in on the onside. I'm just thinking one of those that could go to leg gully. So it almost feels like there's a lot of room to cover between Simpson and square leg. If one's kind of fended off the rib, off the shoulder, just gets bigger on a batter.
Yeah, it's a rule of cricket that the number of fielders you want is always one more than the record. And you're allowed.
And again, they know what's coming. They're probably not going to be looking to glance many anyway. That bat's going to be pretty
No,
flat, horizontal.
I think it's the middle one, the one who fielded that of the 3 boundary rides on the leg side that I think is too deep.
You're almost going to have to middle it to him, aren't you?
Yeah, and
Oh, clipped in the air and taken at square leg. What a catch! Incredible! Absolutely outstanding catch. Ryan Higgins holds on, and that's the end of Folkes. And goodness me, all of the stuff bumped up and around the neck of the batters. He's clipped that to square leg, and he's clipped it to a very happy Ryan Higgins.
a bit of a 3-card trick, really, wasn't it? Had caught a blinder.
Wow, what a
Absolute-
catch that is.
Absolute blinder.
There'll be a snapper. You may well have got that somewhere. Horizontal as he takes the catch, Higgins.
Yeah, that's what they call a worldie, wasn't it?
Oh, goodness me. Well done, everyone with a camera in their hand on that one.
He's then done there, hasn't he, by the suckered into that, I say.
Let's have a look. Oh, is he just going to come into shot? No. Oh, just catch the end of him. Catch your reactions, though.
That's a handy time, though, isn't it, to get a wicket. 73 overs gone, 7th the new ball.
I was just about to say, well, my closing thought on that over before the delivery was bowled. They've just milked 6 and over there, which Surrey would quite happily take up to the second new ball. But then the full one, clipped to Higgins. Now you see, if mid wicket had moved around to leg gully there, then square leg would have been a little bit square and it would have been dolly.
Well, it might not have been there. I was going to mention that, but I thought, I won't say that. I won't say.
You gave me the chance to put my case forward first.
Change of ends for Jacaras.
.220 for 4. Burns fell. The wonder was, could Middlesex grab another before tea? I say they just take wickets. They're just. It's one of those days where you're just about taking a wicket to keep yourself in it at every point. 7 overs to the second new ball. If they could find a 5th Surrey wicket before that point, then Should feel in pretty good shape, but there is an awful lot of batting to come. Nice shot from Smith. Grabs a couple, back they come for the third. It's a big old boundary out there. That's that position where in the previous over we were discussing deep backward square leg being too deep. That's how far out that is. And they've just pushed a comfortable 3.
I wonder whether they'll persist with that field to. Probably persist with it to Smith and not to Jacks. I mean, that would be daft to do that first up for him.
First ball wide outside the off stump for Jacks, gets him off the mark. It's Jack Davies. So still Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Sean Abbott, Tom Laws, Dan Worrell. It's so much still to come, isn't it?
Fair bit there, isn't there?
Use of the feet, and a good use of the feet. Use that short boundary as well. Clips the off spinner over deep mid wicket. Just a beautiful arc of the bat.
Yeah, it's a good swing of the bat, isn't it? And actually, neat work of neat footwork too. I think Sanderson about that. Very elegant shot.
11-12 off his last over to Carey's from the nursery end. It's 10 off the first 3 deliveries of this. New balls, please.
Yeah, I was just a little surprised that left-handers didn't take him one when he was bowling from the send, actually. Just a short slog sweep down there, isn't it?
The question's been made of why I didn't catch that in the back row there. Oh, hello. Over he goes, careful.
Oh, it's up there, it's up on the
Gone up to the middle. No wonder he didn't catch it on the lower tier then. Oh no, he's going to have to do another one. It's like the mascot race, isn't it?
Yeah, steady on, steady on.
He's got the footwear for it. Oh no, oh no. It's after tea as well. Good underarm. Get back now.
It's sort of an electrified fence, isn't it?
We're watching just in case, even though the cameraman's not there. Yeah, he's made the last one, he's alright. Australia, 6 down at Old Trafford. Green's gone, LBW to Wokes for 16. Goodness me, that's a good drive. Oh, placed it beautifully fine. If Davis just gave himself that little bit of room. Little swagger with the bat as well. On 79, Smith, for 109 deliveries.
A flourish to that, wasn't it?
They're fancying to Carey's here before the second new ball. 13-14 off this over now. .15 with a single down to long on. Keeps the strike to 35 for 4. It's going to give Helm the chance to continue the barrage of short balls from the nursery end. Should see all that field set back to where they were a few moments ago. So Burns the top scorer in the innings now. 80 from 110 deliveries. Sorry, Smith the top scorer in the innings now with 80 from 110. Burns was caught hold and bowled Higgins for 79 from 159 deliveries, 12 fours. It's comfortably outscored in the partnership with Smith for the 3rd wicket, which was worth 57 in the end. Came in just 15 overs.
Yeah, got 4 out.
So, long leg, well, fine leg, long leg, advanced. They've heard you, Sol. He's come in a little bit.
Yeah.
This one's hooked straight to that fielder right there, which is Higgins, the man who just took the wonder catch at mid-wicket, square leg. So fine leg, long leg, although he's advanced 20 yards or so inside the circle. He's going to come up, well, everyone's going to come up again now for Jacks. Are they all? No, they're just going back to the Folkes field, which is 3 in, 3 out on the onside. Just 3 on the offside still, so it looks as though they're going to go straight to the short stuff to Jacks, rather than see if his feet are moving.
You do the ball shoulder height, don't you? Chest high is no good. Chest high, they look down on it.
This was the man who was mentioned in passing for the test ahead of Moeen Ali, wasn't it? Jacks. Could he come in and do a job when Leach was injured? Oh, another wicket at Old Trafford, and it looks as though Bairstow may well have taken a wonder catch by the reaction of all of his teammates. They're looking at the screen away to our left. See it in a moment. 255 for 7 now, Australia. Wokes with the wicket. Bairstow with the catch just in front of slip. You're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. He's made a bit of a meal of it. Ooh. Just about rode the bounce on that one. Maybe I'm being harsh, I need to look at it, but it looks as though he got wrong-footed by the edge and then had to recover. Did I see that correctly through the mirror? It's a bit of a reflection on it.
To me, but I can't just low to his right and short of slip, so.
I did overhear as well somebody just saying drops an absolute dolly and then takes that. So has there been another drop in between?
Oh. Maybe that's a generalisation, but
yeah.
I do though wonder how much is that injury that he picked up, the dreadful injury he picked up, still impacts on his keeping.
Short and hooked fine for a single by Jacks. Single 20 over. Smith onto 82. 238 for 4. 75 gone here. 5 to the second new ball. So let's see what else is happening around the other ground. So Australia 255 for 7. Actually, that's quite the scoring rate they're going at there, Australia, isn't it? Only 62 overs gone. Playing a bit of baseball of their own. Oh, we have another look at the ball here ahead of the second new ball. Umpires just had the ball tossed to them. I'm not sure if it is actually a test or whether just in between overs. Anyway, scores elsewhere. Kent 207, 38 without loss. Essex at Chelmsford in reply. Somerset 262 for 7 at Wantage Road. Gregory has 11, Overton has 2. Rue gone for 22, Aldridge gone for 8 since last we were there. Hampshire 166 for 9 at Nottinghamshire. Organ 26, Fuller's gone for 46. Abbott's gone for 3, Abbas is the last man with Organ. And Lancashire 225 for 7 at Warwickshire. 66 Balderson, 41 Bailey. Holding things together. Derbyshire 257 for 5. Century for Brooke Guest, coming in at 3. 62 Madsen, 38 Hyder. Dow now with Guest. Ethan Bamba back in the attack, replacing replacing Mercer, my apologies. No, replacing De Carey's. Is there anyone else? Leicester 14 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 178. Patel caught Roderick, bowled Pennington for 3, Kimber and Hill together. And still off at Headingley 62 for 5, Sussex, where they'd won the toss this morning. That's interesting, isn't it? 5-day game at Old Trafford, and you look at it and think 255 for 7. England will be reasonably happy. 7 down.
They're certainly low, aren't they? It's a bolstered batting lineup they're facing.
That wicket of Marsh, 51 from 60 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6. Caught Bairstow, bowled Wokes. Green LBW Wokes for 16, as we'd already assessed. Carey has 1 from 1. Stark has none from 1. So 2 new batters at the crease.
Can't be that far for a new ball, can they?
17 overs. They've only bowled 63 overs so far. It's unreal, isn't it?
Of course they have.
Unreal.
Or haven't, whichever.
Absolutely crazy, isn't it? And this is a match where England have to win, and they're concerned about the weather, not getting on with it. But then, as has been pointed out, it's not just the fielding team, the batters are guilty of it as well. Everybody on and off.
That's why it's a difficult thing finding people or whatever, because it's not just one-way traffic on that.
Over to the umpires. Find the umpires for a slow over rate. I'll soon crack down on it then.
No one's found an adequate solution to it, have they? They've tried fining teams, but some cricket boards have just paid the fine.
Skippers suspended. That was one of the ones, wasn't it?
Well, maybe losing digits. How about that?
Thought
it's a bit unfair, isn't it? Suspending the fielding captain if it's the batting side.
Well, exactly, yeah, that's true.
It's strange. It's actually because there's this great imperative now to be entertaining, to bring people back in by their entertaining cricket. Then that entertaining cricket really ought to include up in the over rate, doesn't it?
Good over from Bamba that. He's got quietly through it, hasn't he? 76 gone, 239 for 4. That's what Middlesex want, just a quiet over or 2. We are at the point though, 4 overs from the second new ball, where, you know, wanting a quiet over or 2 up until the new ball, you do also think, is it worth just throwing it to Sam Robson? See if Smith skies one.
We'd nibble another one out before the new ball would be quite handy, wouldn't it?
See if it draws the mistake from Smith. Nursery ends. Big boundary to the onside. Helmet is to continue though. It's bowled the 77th, so there'll be one more after this from the nursery end to the second new ball. Felt like it all happened in slow motion, that one.
Not bad. If it's going to be the bouncer, it's got to get up really high. It's got to get up shoulder high. I think he's got the right kind of field set for if that's what he's going to bowl. You know, the fine leg, the finest of the legs, one where it's going to fly furthest, because that's more likely to be a top edge, a thin top edge. Played that well.
Yeah, it's just ridden the bounce.
Could have taken that on. What's wrong with you? It's strange that middle boundary rider's gone back onto the boundary. Don't know why that would be.
He's gone, has he? He has. He's nicked it through. Jacks looks to give himself room. A little flick at the ball, a little feather through to Simpson. And Helm has another. 240 for 5. Bouncers are working here at Lords again.
Ugly cricket, isn't it? I don't know. It offends my aesthetics, that. I don't know. It's effective, I'm fair to. They've got a wicket. You know, they've found a way of getting a wicket. But look at that.
Well, he's tried to access the offside, a 6-3 field on the onside. Jacks has obviously opted to try and access that offside, give himself room. Ball's got big on him. I mean, it's premeditated for sure. He's backed away early. Fair play to Helm. He's pushed it right onto that spot. Just say try if you like. The deep third set there, if he'd, as you said, uppercut it, top edged it down there. But he was thinking about the other two fielders, wasn't he? You've got a fine deep third, two other fielders on the offside, so just don't hit them and you've got a boundary.
Yeah, you've only got to get a bit of bat on it, but a little bit more bat than he did.
Well, exactly, yeah. But credit to Helm, who's followed him there.
He's got 3 out of 5 now, hasn't he?
Well, it's almost a little bit like T20 Helm, this, isn't it? We've seen the Yorkers from him today. We've seen the bouncers. Bass's trying to take him on. Come on, then.
Yeah.
3 for 64 in his 15th. So a little expensive. But again, it was something we discussed earlier, wasn't it? Do you have 3 who are going at 2.5 and the 4th who is the enforcer, the strike bowler, the bumper bowler? That's what Helm is doing today. Now out comes Clark, this continual conveyor belt of batters from Surrey. 240 for 5, just ahead of the second new ball. It's extraordinary, really, isn't it? 5 down, second new ball available in 3.5 overs. Smith's 84 of 115 is looking very useful right now. First up, still the 3 in 3 out on the onside for Clark. Cumbrian born. Scored 107 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire at the Oval in the last match. 2 in the second innings. Just lets that one hit him. Big loss to Lancashire, wasn't he, when Surrey snaffled him?
Yeah. That's the way, isn't it? That's the way it's done. Three more overs to the new ball. Into another one out. Guess we're getting greedy. We thought one. They've actually managed two, haven't they, really, in the last 6 or 7 years?
Well, I mean, this is the kind of thought process for T, wasn't it, when Burns fell, that it had opened a little bit of a door. Could they do it before T? Now it's a case of could they do it before the new ball? And they have, really. And then you get greedy again, don't you? It's another 18 deliveries. Can they get one more before the second new ball? But I'm sure Clark and Smith will both have in mind now is not the time to lose any more wickets. I'd imagine we'll move back to some slightly more orthodox cricket from these two. Although Helm likely will be bumping them in again in the next over. Bit of width from Bamba, and they'll pick up a single. Smith got 97 in the match between these two at the Oval. In fact, it was 88 for Burns, who was outscored by Smith, who got 97. Surrey with 380 all out in reply to Middlesex's 209, which was a bit of a collapse. In fact, it was quite a collapse. Clark managed 12 before he was caught holding off the bowling of Higgins. Surrey winning by 9 wickets. 73 for 1 with Burns. It's caught Eskenazi, bowled Mercer for 14, that was it. Sibley and Patel seeing it home. Yeah, that Middlesex first inning, Stoneman 8, Robson 76 and Milan 66, which was and remains the highest partnership of the season. Came close to it last week at Northwood. Look back at producer Ollie, who bailed me out last week, and quite rightly said that one had passed the 150 mark. 157, is it? .151. Ollie, I'm worried about you. .152. What did they get last week? Because they fell just short of it. I have to look that up now. I'll come back to that in a moment, but just that game earlier in the season. Robson 76 and Milan 66, but then Eskenazi 13, Holden 7, Simpson 0, Higgins 4, Holman 5, Roland Jones 2, Bamba 0, Mercer 5, 5 for Worrell, 2 for Roach, 3 for Atkinson. As Middlesex collapsed from 166 for 1 to 209 all out. And then yes, Burns with 88, Smith 97, Abbott down the order with 48, 48 from 75, Worrell at the end 32 from 31, 4 fours and 1 6. Really got after the Middlesex attack. And then Middlesex in their second innings, all out for 240. Bits and pieces innings, lots of starts, nobody made 50. Top score of 43 from Holden, 42 from Higgins. Can Smith go one better here? Indeed, can he go three better? 97 he made at the Oval. Last week at Merchant Sailors School, Simpson made 75 and Robson 126 unbeaten in the end, but the pair shared a partnership of exactly 150 for the fourth wicket, so we're too shy of the Robson and Milan partnership at the Oval earlier in the season. Just 2 batting points all season. Now there's a leg. Now what's it going to be? He'll be a short leg, will he?
Short leg, I imagine. The helmet's come out.
Oh, and a leg gully.
Well,
You
kind of
got there in the end.
Kind of leg gully is slightly deeper, isn't it? It was
It's a backward point,
if he walks in, he's not quite leg gully.
Sorry, a backward square leg, isn't he?
Yeah, let's see if he walks in.
Oh, he settled down.
Yeah.
This one's short outside the off stump though, put away by Clark. Boundary, 246 for 5. It's nicely done by Clark. Just a steer again. That Fields. This is what Jacks was thinking. There's just that deep third. Obviously, he didn't want to just get a little feather through to the keeper, but short, hooked fine. Final leg comes around. A single, 247 for 5.
I think the way he rode the last one, he didn't take it on. He's got that short leg in there. Put the short. Well, he can't put him behind square, but you have him just on square there, as he's got. Ideally, you want him backward of square.
One century for Smith this summer, average of 44. Pope averaging 54. Abbott averaging 49. 11 innings, 2 not out. Smith averaging 44. Around the wicket and steered to Higgins. He's come in that 20 yards or so from long leg. Come in again now. With Clark back onto strike. Cameron Steele averaging 42, 6 innings, 1 not out, 141 unbeaten. He started at Middlesex for Steele before he headed off to Durham. Giving himself room and slapping down the ground, Clark. 79 bowled, 252 for 5. First batting point on the board for Surrey.
Brutalised on the ground, wasn't it? Step away, swing the bat and flog it down the ground.
Now, it's worked to an extent, that tactic, I think. back to Higgins and Mercer after this next over from Bamber. Well, Bamber may continue on with the second new ball. You'd imagine the short stuff will be done for now. There's other averages for Surrey this year. Sibley's averaging 40, Folkes 40. Latham 28, Burns 28. Gus Atkinson, who scored against Middlesex earlier this summer as well, didn't he? 27. Stop by the skipper. Jack's averaging 26. 25, Jordan Clark. Dan Worrell averaging 20. These are pretty useful averages. Last over before the second new ball, they resisted the temptation, assuming the second new ball will be taken straight away, resisted the temptation to throw it to another part-timer for an over. Ethan Bamber could shy it back at the stumps with an underarm. The baby-faced assassin, as he was a few years ago. Very much a senior man for Middlesex now. Oh, nips that back in, doing too much. High up on the inside edge, rubbed by Clark. On the inside leg. Was there a little inside edge on it as well? Nope. An infectious human being, Ethan Bamber. Great enthusiasm, wonderful temperament. .23 wickets at 24 this season for Bamber. Higgins has 25 now at 23. Mercer 21 at 22. Topping those charts. 10 of those coming against Kent here at Lord's. 253 for 5. That's the end of the 80th over. Did that just get tossed away by Mercer, did I see? Pretty sure I just saw him underarm the ball. Maybe he's
shut that one right. Old rag, get a new one.
Yeah. And it's straight to Mercer at the nursery end, replacing Helm, who's taken 3 for 75 from 16. The enforcer. Something again that was discussed about James Harris, that towards the end of his Middlesex time, could he play more of a Tim Bresnan role, just be a bit nastier, bowl it a bit shorter, aim at the ribs, just do something different for the quartet of bowlers that Middlesex had. There it is. Second new ball. So Mercer, 21 wickets at 22 this season coming into this game, or is indeed it's a live average. So that is what he's got at the moment, 21 at 22. Higgins 25 at 23, Bamber 23 at 24. Roland Jones 21 at 31. Rotated out for this one. Dance to the pitch from Smith. This could be an interesting encounter now. Smith going to look to be positive against Mercer in the second new ball, rather than let him bowl at him. Hour left of the opening day. If Smith gets going, and equally a breakthrough here with the second new ball, this final out could be really one of two extremes. Helms 15 wickets this season now at 38. That'll frustrate him.
Yeah, it's not a good return for a bowler of that quality, is it?
Beautiful, glorious shot from Smith. Moves into the 90s.
A little floaty half volley there, isn't it? Well, that's an excellent shot though. That's everything that I think I've enjoyed watching from him actually. The straight bat, the way that he can power it down the ground. You know, you don't need to hit fancy shots square of the wicket if you can hit the ball down the ground like that.
Looks the same again. Mercer gets a fingertip to it, which allows Stoneman time to get around. Surrey bowling averages as a comparison this year. Atkinson 17 at 18, Clark 35 at 20, Laws 17 at 23, Worrell 33 at 24, Kemar Roach had that prolific start to the season, 18 at 26, Abbott's 30 at 27. It's clip fine of the young sub onto 94 Smith.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways, can you? With the side, you can't say, well, he got all his runs because they batter the oval and it's flat, and then you produce bowling figures that where the bowlers are taking their wickets at 20 apiece. It's just a very good side, aren't they? They've got some good players.
Oh, they're outstanding at the moment, aren't they? Sorry. End of the 81st. First over with the second new ball, sorry, 259 for 5 have been put in. Yeah, I was going to say to you actually, the last 10 years they've really turned it around, sorry, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mentioned Smith a little while ago when he came in as skipper.
I think for the resource that they have at their disposal, there's been quite considerable underachievement, I should think, over the period of time.
Yeah.
You know, I think there was certainly a feeling a while back that you just hoovered up players, but that doesn't necessarily make a sign. You know, if you should buy up players willy-nilly, they've got to fit into your strategy, to fit into your side. They've got to be players that you want. They might be very good players, but they've got to still fit into your overall strategy. And I think Alex has done a really good job like that. He's got good players in that fit the template.
Bamber continues with the new ball. How long he'll have with it, Higgins will be champing at the bit. Wicketless, Bamber and Mercer, the two throwing the second new ball. Number 25, Bamber in his 19th. Again, wonderful economy. He's done a great. He barely put a foot wrong today, Bamber, has he? That's well played by Clark. Bamber right on the spot again, and Mercer, yeah, none for 38 from 16. Likewise, barely done anything wrong. A bit of width on that one, punished. Clark into double figures, Surrey 263 for 5. Just drag that down outside off, a little too wide. Yeah, some days you sit there and say, they haven't done much wrong, but have they done enough right? I don't think you could lay that at the door of either Mercer or Bamber today. I think they've done a lot right, the pair of them. Just been one of those days, doesn't quite happen for either of them. Certainly this morning there were a few of those that passed the bat. Passed it on a foolish length as well, not pretty lengths.
I think Ethan's done a really good job. He's hammered away. He's hammered the bowled his length, bowled his lines. Lively pace, hits the deck. Marches back. Great sense of purpose. Keeps coming. There was an Australian bowler there called Fruit Fly, wasn't there? Because he was like an irritant, and that's kind of what Ethan is. You know, he keeps coming at you, doesn't he?
That's a perfect description. Actually, it's 23 wickets so far this season. He's still only 24. 43 first-class matches. 148 first-class wickets. Just below 26. That's crept up. Crept up last year, really. Inside edge. End of the over. 263 for 5. And it was outside the line of off.
It's hard to say he'd be the pickier bowlers when he hasn't picked up a wicket, would he? But he's you know, he's looks as if he ought to have some wickets. That's often the way.
Yeah, Helm's done the damage in the middle order. He's been the one that's been expensive. That Tom Latham wicket looks big now, doesn't it? Caught Bamber, bowled Helm. Gone for 38. Folks clipping a stunning catch by Higgins. Jack's bumped out. Edged and put down at Gully. To the left of Gully. Let's go halfway really to get to it. Max Holden. Got enough of it that he'll be disappointed it's gone down. We'd have been saying it's another outstanding catch had he held it, but even still he'll be disappointed he didn't.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance, but one that you need to catch.
That could come back to haunt Middlesex. Second new ball 264 for 6. They'd have fancied these final 13.5 overs. Which puts a little bit of pressure on now to get this breakthrough with the new ball. Nice use of the feet to leave alone. And remember to get back into his ground.
Well, exactly that, yeah. Walk down the pitch and flag it by, and then one stand around wandering.
Inside tickle on that, a single more. Clipping the pad, but falling away down the leg side into the over. 83 bowled, 265 for 5. End of Mercer's 17th over, none for 40. Lovely scene, lovely setting. Scoreboard tucked in there. Edged. Oh, now was it? Turned around by that one. Clark dies on its way through to slip. I just want my hesitation there was, did it actually catch the back leg rather than the edge? Ooh, that's skidded through from Bamber. He really threw everything at that, Clark. Here's the replay. It was the bat. Squared up, but angled bat. Angled it down. Good stuff from Bamber again, though. 20th over, he's just conceded 29 runs. Comparison actually between this man Ethan Bamber and Tom Helm will come to in a moment. I said that Ethan Bamber has played at 24 years of age 43 first-class matches, taken 148 wickets at 25. Tom Helm turned 29 in May. He's played 46 first-class matches, taken 128 wickets at 30. bouncing that for Bamber. But you can see the first class debut for Helm would have been 2013, 10 years. 46 matches in 10 years in first class cricket. This would be an 11th season, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite surprised it's as few as that.
And only 128 wickets, so Bamber's burst past him with 148 wickets at 25. But width again. Point set back now, so it should just be a single. It's a big boundary, but it is just one. Martin Anderson on as a sub, getting around 2, 6, 7 for 5, end of the 84th. But Bamber's will have barely missed a game since making his debut. I'm going to say 2018? August 2018 at Northampton. And but for the Essex game at the start of the season here, he'll have barely missed a game in that time.
How many has he played, do you say?
43.
43 games.
148 wickets. Helm almost identical. And the number played, 46 played, 128 wickets. And so it's that consistency of playing game after game, injury free. So he did have a couple of serious ones, Helm, didn't he? Stress fractures to the back. It's been niggles thereafter last season, a side injury.
It's an average of like 4 games a season, isn't it?
And in Helm's defence, I guess, he made his debut in 2013. Middlesex promoted 2011, so 2012 was their Division 1 debut. And he then was making his debut in 2013 with a bowling attack of Murtagh, Roland Jones, Finn at their peak. Harris brought in, Franklin. That's clipped nicely by Smith. They'll run 2 here, they'll think about a third, and Helm, as long as he doesn't slip, will prevent the century. Smith's on to 99. So he goes 2 better than his achievement at the Oval against Middlesex. 97 he was out for there. Well, yeah, you think James Fuller was recruited in as well. Harry Podmore played a few games around that time also, so there was an awful lot of competition for Helm, and there was injuries, and there was form. All against him. Oh, nearly chopping on. It's a single, which means Smith will have strike on 99. They're thinking about the second, but it's not there. But that's where the injury for me at the start of last season was a real frustration.
How old was he when he made his debut?
Helm?
Yeah.
10 years ago, 19?
Only early 20s would it be?
29 now.
Well, then he's a teenager.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah.
Bamber similarly made his debut 2018. Clipped and 3 mid-wicket, and there's the century for Smith. Frustrated at the Oval, out on 97 against Middlesex, but his second century of the summer for Surrey, and an outstanding one here today, a defiant one. A good rate as well, which has given his side an outstanding position here on the first evening. 137 deliveries, 185 minutes, 11 fours and a 6. Really taken.
Accomplished innings, isn't it? That virtually flawless until that catch in the gully just 10 minutes ago. It was very assured. .273 for 5, 85 bowls.
And a century for Smith. Turned 23 just the other day. Epsom Bourne. 7 days ago. He turned 23. England under 19. Averages 38.5 already. 46 matches at 23 for Smith. Made his debut for the MCC. Against the MCC in Dubai in 2019. Champions match. 8th first-class century in 72 innings. 850s. Not a bad conversion rate, that. Nips back down the slope, just tucked Clark up slightly. This is a danger zone for Middlesex now, isn't it? These final 10, 11 overs tonight. Smith's moved to his century. Catch put down, as you say, 10 minutes or so ago, Selvin. Clark 16 from 28.
You nip out another couple tonight, and another 50 runs, and you say, well, we just about got away with it. But 5 down at the close. Then it's starting to look like a tough day at the office, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a lot of runs to score. In their first innings, Middlesex come out under a bit of pressure. 2 wins this season. The chase here against Nottinghamshire and the Merton match against Kent. Away with that one, flayed away to backward point. Australia still 7 down, 283 for 7. Carey 16 and Stark 13, settling things. Oh, edged. He's edged that. Halfway up the off stump. So close again from Bamber, who squared Clark up in the previous over, and the edge fell short of slip. Look at this one. So close. 4 more. Fielding by Holden, backward point. Sharp work. Quick look on the scores elsewhere. Essex powering on 89 without loss in reply to Kent's 207. Cook 62 from 90. Strike rate of 68. Brown 23 from 84. Strike rate of 27. Somerset. End of the over here, 277 for 5. Somerset 319 for 7. Gregory 28. Craig Overton 35. Recovering the situation there against Northamptonshire. They were 261 for 7.
A couple of handy players coming lower down the order, aren't they? They're troubleshooters.
And troublemakers.
Troublemakers as well. Troubleshooters.
Speaking of troublemakers, Grim Reaper up there. Memorial service this morning, wasn't there, for dear old Ted, the old gatekeeper of the pavilion gates. Lovely man. Ashes are scattered, I understand, here at Lord's today. One of the great figures of this ground. Just no again, but they settled on no comfortably enough this time. Yeah, Ted was that smiling, familiar face in the pavilion for so many years, wasn't he?
It was part of the revolution where the Lord's Gate people started to smile at you and things like that back then. Moved on. It was,
I was just about to come to that myself, yeah.
well, there was a time where we used to say they didn't need, during the Second World War, they didn't need a home guard. They just needed to get the Lord's Gate people, put them down on the south coast and say, "You're not coming in here, Hitler." Not without a pass. You haven't got a tie on.
Just fine, a mid-wicket got a hand to it to carry us, holds him to a single. Yeah, 2005 was my first year coming here working, and it was still a grumpy ground then at that point. Keith Bradshaw, thank you. He was the chief exec who for me changed the face of Lords, I think, the smiling face of Lords. Lovely man, and made it a more welcoming ground. Mercer's got his hand on his face.
I came in at one time to went to the door into the pavilion, the back door into the pavilion. I was going to go up and see Nancy. Say hello to Nancy there. She said, "You can't come in here today, Mike." Why can't I come in here today? Middlesex aren't playing. It was December the 29th. I can't remember. December the 29th.
When are we talking then? Nancy was still upstairs.
Oh, this would. I must have still been playing, I think. So I must have been. Yeah. Late 70s, maybe. Early 80s. It's coming to wish her Happy New Year.
End of the 87th. 9 to go today. 278 for 5. Yeah, there was a great warmth about Keith Bradshaw, wasn't there, which I think the ground and the club ended up reflecting by the time he was done, and haven't looked back since then. Ted was a great example of that. Always a smile, always happy to see you. Nearly as happy as we were to see him. Here's another great smiler, Ethan Bamber. Be smiling even more if he can walk off with a wicket or two before Stubbs tonight. Tom Helm's been, well, he could be warming down, I suppose, but it looked as though he was going through an array of stretches again. Whether he'd been asked to deliver, whether he would be asked to deliver the short stuff once more with the new ball. Tiring Smith. That kept a fraction low, didn't it? He was up off the ground as he played it. On the hop on the back foot. Clip finer mid-wicket to Kerry's. Gives his enthusiastic chase as ever. That was always racing away once it was down the hill. Sweet timing. Clark on to 24. Surrey heading towards second batting point. 17 runs away. Oh! What has that taken? What hasn't that taken? And how hasn't it taken Clark? Burst through the gloves of Simpson. Was there a little inside edge on it? Pad on the way through?
Hard to say, isn't it, that one? Bit of a flurry.
Let's have a look again at the previous delivery.
I don't think anybody seemed overexcited about it being anything other than body.
Maybe it just went through everything and burst out of the gloves. Anything back in. Solidly forward to that one, Clark. Thou shalt not pass. 2-8-3 for 5. 88 bowled on day one, 8 to remain. Surrey's day at the moment. This Middlesex can find a couple to take off with them.
Well, it's steadily climbed, doesn't it? Gone up by pretty much 1 run and over since late morning, I suppose, early afternoon.
Yeah, pretty much that man as well. Just in shot, Smith. Clark 24 from 40 as well, has done a decent job. Smith came in with the score 106 for 2. Last ball of the 40th over when Latham was out. So as you say, it's pretty much an entire run has been added since Smith has been out there to that rate. Outstanding innings. Burns was setting things up this morning, looked well set for a century himself. Until he shuffled to the pitch of one, tried to shuffle to the pitch, didn't quite get there. Nicked off through to Holden. That was an outstanding catch from Holden. Probably put down the easier one, which was Smith just shy of his century. Sun breaks through as water turns once more. But yeah, this is the innings that's really defined the day. sharpish. Searching for that one, Smith.
A little tempter that was, wasn't it? It was those loopy, volleyish things that we saw leathered down the ground a little earlier, the new wall.
'89 bowled, 7 to go today. 283 for 5. So let's see if it's still banned. We haven't seen Higgins for a while. Is he off the field? No, he was just in shot apparently. And here he is.
It's him about to have a bowl.
Cometh the hour. Just looking to see Helm was walking up that way and Bamber was walking towards him. I was thinking we haven't seen.
I think Helm might have a bowl then, the way he was
Yeah.
whirling his arms.
I think the last spell that Higgins had feels a long while ago now. 2 for 52. He got both openers. Burns was removed in the 56th over by Higgins.
Yeah, that'd be round about when he last bowled, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So best part of a session since we've seen him. At least the best part of a session, indeed.
Yeah, at one point he was certainly the most used. He bowled 17 overs and nobody had bowled more.
Middlesex's main man this year, bat and ball, really.
I wonder if he just shaped that one away a little bit. They played at it. The only one who's only got any real movement at all, it's particularly when he was going to the left-handers around the wicket, he was getting just to feather away a little bit and then go off the seam or down the hill.
Down the hill with that one. Leads the averages, averaging 42 with the bat. 650's high score of 71. And he's the leading wicket taker. 25 scalps. Good over. Second maiden, 18 bowls, 2 for 52. Over to Helm, leading wicket taker today with 3. Really is a batter's game when Mercer and Bamber are wicketless at this point on the opening day. Barely put a foot wrong, either of them. Ball's thrown to Helm. How will he go about it? New ball in hand, 2 slips in place. Gully, deep point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets inquiring. Do you want me back or do you want me up? Mark Stoneman points to the boundary. Stoneman just at the top of the screen there. Long leg back as well. How far back, says De Carey's. And in fact, here we go. Out comes Gully. 1 slip.
quite strange because they started off with 2 slips in a gully, 3 slips, and now it's all shifted around, isn't it? 1 slip, this all the third, 4th slip, and
No deep third. Length bumper, length bumper. He's going to go at it.
yeah, I can't quite make my mind up what he's set for here. Yeah, you've got a new ball, but you're bowling to a very old ball field.
I say, actually, length ball, short ball, length ball, short ball. Actually, it's looking more full and straight, isn't it? At the stumps, bowl at the stumps, basically.
He's just bowling there, he's just bowling a good, so was his natural length, Tom Helm's natural length.
It's just the danger of bowling a little bit too straight. Mercer's got a long old chase to the Compton. Oh, it's going to be another one, is it? No, he's all right, just inside. They're on drive from Smith, wide of mid-on this occasion. That was nice. Line and length from Helm. Sucked across into it, Clark. Oh yeah. Again, past the edge. Good end to the over from Helm. 286 for 5. So look at the last couple again. Clark 47th and 48th deliveries, so he's getting himself set.
And that's why I think it's just wrong just to have the 1 slip and a wide slip. It's late in the day, you've got a new ball, it's, you know, it starts to get a little bit clammier out there, a little bit chillier. Ball seems to do a little bit more later on.
We want to encourage the bowler to do what he's done in those last 2 deliveries. And what he's done in those last 2 deliveries hopefully excites a slip cordon. And that's a nice little clip from Smith, just watchfully done.
Part of me says you wouldn't start with a new ball at the start of the match to 2 opening bats with men out all round and just 1 slip. The gully you start with a new ball field. Now why would that be any different bowling to Jordan Clark, who's batting at 7?
Higgins is nagging here, isn't he? On that off stump. Maiden first up on his return. It's one at the start of this over. Hanging on that off stump. Oh, that went through the air. Smile on Higgins' face. I'm not surprised looking at this.
Big in swing. So there's something there, you see. He can do it. Manipulation of the ball, isn't he?
There comes the in-swinger again. Hooping towards the off stump. Simpson stood up, as you can see, slip in place Robson. He's going to have to be sharp about his work there. He looks pretty fine at slip. Oh, goodness me. That's an outstanding leave from Jordan Clark. Simpson standing up. I'm not sure we'll get quite an angle that will tell us just how close that is, but...
I could have sworn that bowled him.
Oh, goodness me, that has...
Really gone, isn't it?
The last ball to overdo. Can we get one to hold its line? I think he was trying for that, but just a little bit of width with it, and Clark responds. He's on to 28. Sorry, 291 for 5.
Shame that, because that was such a good over, and he hasn't. We always say get out of the over wide. And he rather spoiled an excellent over by bowling a little bit short and wide. But definite movement there for him, and as much as we've seen all day, isn't it? I'm saying that maybe that's a function of the time of day and.
Oh, yes, no. Clark had to ground his bat at the non-striker's end as Stoneman was sharp, shying at the stumps. Go back to those 3 boundaries in the first 10 deliveries of the day from Helm again in a moment. He actually shaved 12 runs off Helm's figures today. 3 for 66 in his 18th over. You'd say, okay, slightly on the expensive side. Just 3 boundaries. Too heavy in the day. 4 probably.
Loosener boundaries, 2 half volleys, and I can't remember the third one. The 2 clips, weren't there? Off his toe burns, and another one somewhere. Maybe square on the offside, I think.
Yeah. Oh, did he clip the third one off his hip to deep square? Seems to remember one that had a nice bit of time in just back foot. But just 4 boundaries too many today, maybe from Helm. 4 too many, 4 balls. Otherwise, you'd actually look at it and say, overall, Middlesex today have had a pretty decent day with the ball. But it's Surrey that are well on top, unless Middlesex can find a couple of wickets here before stumps. I don't think they'll walk out today and think they've done a huge amount wrong.
I think they've stuck it well. Chances. You always need the chances, you need those to be taken. A couple missed, one very early on by Sam Robson and one for Max Holden later on. The only 2 obvious ones I can think of.
Nathan was on naught, wasn't he?
Yeah, and the century maker when he got 95.
England, I think, have just got another one. They have 294 for 8. Looks as though it's Wokes. Wokes 4 for 51. Oh, little feather attempting to leave it through to Folkes.
Bairstow, sadly.
Sorry. Alex Carey gone for 20.
Trying to change the ball out in the middle at the moment.
Oh, well, is there a bit of agreement there? Yeah, I'm happy with that one. Is this the earliest ball change of a Duke ball? 12.5 overs.
A question for you, right? The previous over, Ryan Higgins has hooped that ball.
Yes.
Why do you want to change it?
And the last 2 balls of Helm's previous over, probably 2 of the better balls he's bowled all
He's
day.
got 1 ball left of this over, right? And then Ryan Higgins has got another over. Why are you changing it?
Helm himself has bowled 5 dot balls in this over, and the 2 balls that he bowled to end his previous over were beauts also. I mean, the umpires did point to something on the scene, but that's not our point though, is it? Our point is, hold on a minute, that was just doing something for you.
There was a ball at Merchant Taylor's last year. So I only remember this because the ECB person who deals with all this kind of thing was there, and there was a ball change because there were a lot of ball changes one year, weren't there? Either last year or the year before.
Yeah, the last 2, I think.
Yeah, and this ball came rolling back. They rolled it back to the pavilion, changed the ball. It was only 12 overs old, and I picked it up and looked at it, and I thought, you know what, I'd love to bowl with that ball. There was nothing visibly wrong with it. Why are you changing it? That I'm bemused by that, I must admit.
Proof will be in the pudding here, won't it?
Well, if you bowl the next over and it goes straight on. Here's a wicket with this one.
Single taken, 3 converge. 93 bowled, 9-2, 9-2 for 5. Smith onto 108 keeps the strike. So over to Higgins, and well, we all wait with bated breath now. Sun's out. 3 overs remain of day 1. Running a little late, 25 past 6. A little bit of shape on that one again, but not quite the exaggerated swing of the previous over of Higgins, but whether that was a change of ball or something different from Higgins. Clark back onto strike. Nipped back in. It's quite the hoop through the air.
Yeah, it swung a bit, hasn't it, that one?
Mason here on the ropes. Martin Anderson, the sub. No ball as well. Sorry, tick towards second batting point. Width and put away. Clark moves 33. That's 300 up, 301 for 5. It did look as though it was going back up the slope from Higgins. Stop ball of the over, a welcome one. Goodness me. It's nearly there for the shot. It's as much a mark of where Surrey are in the match at the moment though. Clark 33 from 56. 300 on the board, 5 wickets standing. Quite as exciting an over as Higgins' previous, we can certainly say that. Is he saving the booming in swinger for the last ball of the over? Top ball. 301 for 5. 2 overs to go here. Let's have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. There's the partnerships, by the way, before I look at the scores elsewhere. Burns 94 with Latham. Still the biggest partnership of the day, which is interesting, isn't it? But then you look at Smith taking over. Had 31 of the partnership with Burns, who had 21. 35 of the partnership with Folks, who had 20. Bisects them. 4 more. Smith's on to 114, 305 for 5. 11 to go of the day. Unless something dramatic happens. It's Surrey's day here at Lord's. Shorten again, 3 set back, 3 in on the onside. One of the 3 in is the short leg for Smith. We'll be seeing it big now, but Middlesex thinking 165 deliveries in. Might be a slightly tired mind and tired legs, tired arms. Helm bumping in a harder new ball. Off his ribs down to fine leg. Essex have closed on 106 without loss in reply to Kent's 207 at Chelmsford. Somerset at stumps, 351 all out at Northamptonshire. 48 Gregory, 40 Overton. Just topping things up at the end. Scampered. Make it. Still going at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 52 for 3 indeed. They've just lost another one. Hampshire 166 all out. Notts 52 for 3. And Slater is the last to go. Slater 31. Court Brown bowls Holland. Hamid was the first to go, his opening partner. Court Brown bowled Barker for 2. Young was bowled Holland for 13. Clark still there on 0 from 5. Shawn again from Helm into the hip of Smith, just nudged for a single. That's a deep square. 7 off the over so far. Lancashire have taken stumps. 295 for 7 at Warwickshire. Balderson 94, Bailey 75. They were 150 for 7. 295 for 7 now. Division 2, Derbyshire 317 for 6. Brooke Guest still going, he's at 145. Against Durham. Leicestershire at Oakham against Worcestershire 76 for 6. In reply to Worcestershire's 178. 2 for Waite, 2 for Finch. It's no Grace Road.
Certainly not, is it? Some of those schools' pitches are just flat as flat too.
Attempt from Helm to finish. Resisted by Clark. Helm's done for the day. 6 deliveries remain. Helm 3 for 86 from 19. Again, if you could take those, maybe that 4 in this over. We take 5 of the boundaries out of it now for Helm. No, I'm being facetious. He's picked up 3 wickets. He's played a different role to the others today, but again, if you take 3 of those boundary balls out, you'd really feel that Helm had a pretty decent day, and Middlesex overall had bowled well as a unit. But Smith and Clark in this partnership are proving formidable foes. Partnership's worth 68 for the 6th wicket. Clark scoring at a good lick as well, 34 off 60, but Smith dominating proceedings through the afternoon and the evening session. Ooh. Drifted down the leg side, I'm sure, but three to go, day 1. Goodness me, what Middlesex would do to walk off with the 6th wicket now, especially if it's the Centurion as well. Finishing those scores, Sussex at Yorkshire, they're back on. Sussex 108 for 6 now, having won the toss this morning. Hudson Prentice 29 and McAndrew 20, recovering situation from 76 for 6. And Allsop fell for 35, caught Rickleton off Fisher. Fisher's 4th of the day. Oh, that gets past Mercer.
Yeah. A creaky 14-year-old non-dive, wasn't it, that one? End of the day.
That was that dive earlier in the day. Caught up on him.
I think it probably has.
Should have saved it until now.
Ages caught up.
Yeah.
That would have been a decent fielding from any era, that one.
Yeah.
Retro fielding.
One to come of the day. Can he find a little piece of magic to take off with him tonight? Missed that line there, didn't I? Fisher's 4th catch of the day. 4 for 53 from 13. Fisher has code. 2 for 9 from 10. 6 maidens, not bad. Stumps on day 1 at Lord's. Surrey put in by the hosts. 312 for 5, 120 from Smith, 34 from Clark. Partnership worth 72, outstanding from these two, and it's cemented Middlesex's Surrey's position on the first day. Very much in the ascendancy. Balls in Middlesex's park tomorrow with bat and ball.
Tough day for Middlesex, wasn't it, that one? Surrey in a really good position. Strong batting lineup, strong batting still to come. They get through it, and just hard graft for Middlesex. Very little movement for them, apart from Ryan Higgins actually, who just managed to get a little bit late movement. And Ethan Bamber plugged away. Tom Helm mixed it up and got his 3 wickets. And that was a desperately hard day given that they put the opposition in.
Wasn't as much off the surface as I think they were hoping.
I think maybe they thought that was if they were going to get something out of it, it would have been early on. A fresh pitch, and I know it was the pitch they played Kent on, but this is several months on from that, and there's been a lot of dry weather since then. Middle of summer, and no real water table to speak of. It'll be quite dry underneath. Whether the pitch deteriorates at all is another matter. They don't tend to here, do they?
No. When you think back to the Nottinghamshire chase.
So the game may depend on the overheads over.
Yeah, because they went past the bat an awful lot this morning. I think they'll walk off with that thinking probably could have taken a couple more with them this morning, but one of those mornings they didn't. And that, you look back at 2 drops. The drop of Latham on 0, okay, he only hits 38, but that partnership got Surrey into a good position at lunch, and Smith equally in the 90s put down at the end of the day there. I think catches across the season actually have been quite costly for Middlesex.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to hypothesise, isn't it, on drop catches. I think what we can say is that there's a malaise when catches go down in general. The first catch was very important because everything that followed on in the match leads on from that, doesn't it? If you'd have taken that catch, then who knows what would have happened. So, but you can't say X catch cost so many runs, because it doesn't life's not like that. But it's just in general, and there have been a lot of catches go down this year.
There have been, and many of them have gone on to a century. And Smith indeed, well, he was in the 90s when he was put down before he got his century. But hey, look at those bowling figures to the right there. Mercer, none for 47 from 20. The economies are good, he and Bamber. Higgins' economy was good as well. It just slipped a little towards the end, the latter parts of the day, shall we say. 2 for 70. He got both openers, and then Helm, the 3, 4 and 5. 3 for 86. Again, 3 or 4 balls too many from Helm today, but that's not, those 3 or 4 balls too many from Helm, that's not the story of the day, is it? The story of the day is Surrey have batted very, very well, and I think, as we said, as of Burns first thing this morning, sometimes you have to take your hat off and just say, well batted.
There was an exceptional century. I think it was an immaculate century. I like the way he plays. He's upright, he hits the ball firmly, he hits it hard, he hits it the full face of the bat, he hits it down the ground, he plays within the old-fashioned V a lot, and there's not a lot to go wrong with that. He's a tall fellow, he can come forward, but he also manages to play on the back, not strictly on the back foot, but he goes back and punches the ball if it's short. He's tall enough to do that, and it's an exceptional innings, and power to add.
Mike Selvey, thanks very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much for your company at home, wherever you've been tuned in, or in the office around the world today to this one. Big morning session for Surrey tomorrow. They could really boss the game from this. Middlesex with that second new ball in hand. Hopefully they'll be thinking a few more of those edges will be found in the morning, a few more of those chances held. Smith 120, Clark 34. Surrey's day on day one of the London Derby at Lords. From myself, Kevin Hand, Mike Selvey, and all of the team on the stream here at Lords. Very good evening to you all as Surrey takes stumps on 312 for 5.